Hi everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to the sixth round of the World Chess Team Championship. Today we have very interesting matches. But before we go to these matches, to the pairings of today, let me remind you the standings of after the fifth round. Ukraine, after the fifth round, 5 rounds, they are 5 wins and they are on the top of the table with 10 match points. The closer team to Ukraine is Russia on the second place with 7 points, so they have 3 points difference, which means even they lose in 1 round, they still have the chance to be, champion or to be in the lead with 1 point. On the third and fifth places, there are 3 teams. These are Netherlands, Armenia, and China. On the 6th place, the youth Azerbaijani team with 5 points. On the 7th places, which is a bit disappointed, USA for them, with 4 points, and also with 4 points Germany. 9th place is Turkey with only 1 win with 2 points, and Egypt, they don't have any points until now. So Mihail, let's see the pairings of today.
Let's see the pairings of round 6. So we have some interesting matches. Probably the most interesting would be Netherlands versus Ukraine. Netherlands is number 3 now. Okay, it's big difference, 4 points, but if, God forbid, Ukraine loses, we would have much more interesting tournament, because that wouldn't be so clear who's going to win.
Exactly.
So Netherlands, Ukraine, we would be following closely, especially first 2 boards. Anish Giri is white against Vasily Ivanchuk, who is actually playing very well in this tournament. And second board, Korobov Anton, win-maker of our team, plays white with Luke Van Velde. So that would be probably the most interesting match. Also, we have Turkey playing Russia.
Yes, it's also
we all remember what happened to Russia on European championship. So Russia's gonna want a revenge.
Exactly.
By the way, even though Turkey has only 1 win against Egypt, they are still very dangerous team. For example, yesterday Ukraine actually barely won against them with 2.5, 1.5, and it would appear that it was Berisha Sen he could have just do nothing in that position and probably he would hold the draw, but he decided to force things and entered.
He misjudged
he thought it was
reverse color bishops.
Well, actually, it was very interesting. Reverse color bishops with the same number of pawns, which is usually, and black had all of his pawns on dark squares, which usually means a fortress. But in this case, due to multiple Zugzwangs, the position was lost for black. So, and that was
showed a very good technique.
Very good technique. Yuri showed, So, but Ukraine faced at some point you couldn't spot a game where Ukraine was actually even better. So it was very hard. So not as easy as the numbers suggests would be the match.
Right.
So we would be following Ipatov Alexander versus Vladimir Kramnik, who for now does not have a very good tournament. I think he didn't win a single game yet.
Kramnik?
Yeah.
He didn't win?
I think no.
3 wins maybe. He didn't play 1 and then he won lost. Yes, you're right.
He lost to Nakamura, drew with Aronian and Mamed.
I guess Mamedov, he saved the game, we can say.
He saved the game against Mamedov, And, no, against Mamedov he was 1 extra pawn. He had 1 extra pawn with...
Mamedov had 1 extra pawn.
Yes. Yes, you're right. So Kramnik would want to prove that he is in top 3 now. So also interesting match, Germany-Armenia. So Armenia needs win badly. We would be following Mayer Aronian Aronian is having a splendid tournament right here. He's even though he's more than 2,800, he is still increasing his rating. So, and second board, Movsesan Sergey playing white against Friedman Daniel. Another match, Azerbaijan-USA. By the way, I missed it. It's also a very interesting match.
Yeah.
Azerbaijan young team with no top grandmasters playing very well here. Yesterday they drew against Russia. So, right?
Yeah.
They drew against
Actually,
Russia. Yeah.
They drew against Russia. Also, it's interesting.
No, against Armenia. Aronian didn't beat. Yeah, sorry.
Armenia.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
So, and now they are playing USA. Mamedov Rauf is having quite a good tournament right here. We would be following his game against Nakamura. By the way, two guys who play King's Indian. So maybe we would have some opening new ideas. And second board, Kamsky Gata is white against Safarli Iltash. And the last match of today is Egypt versus China. I suppose no surprises would be there. China is a very solid team, very strong players, each of them. Actually, each of them could be on board number 1. So that's why they, put Wang Yu on board number 3. So we would be following Azat Mohamed playing Li Chao and Ding Liren playing Shoker Sami. All right. I suppose we start with Netherlands, Ukraine.
Okay.
That is we have some technical difficulties. We have some technical difficulties over here.
Yeah.
So while we are resolving the technical difficulties, we would be showing the games very soon. Yes, we almost resolved our difficulties. Yes, 1 second we would be transmitting the game. So, but actually not much to talk about. Giri Ivanchuk, only 2 moves played.
Yeah.
1.5, I would say, moves are being played. And Giri is thinking. Knight f3, knight f6, g3, Anish is thinking. So it's, very hard to predict Ivanchuk's opening.
Yeah.
He plays like literally everything. So that's why, they're playing symmetrically. Not much going on here. Let's go to board number 2. Korobov Van Valley. Okay. So this is what we have. Knight f3, Korobov invites into Nimzo Indian, but we have Queen's Gambit and now d takes c4 and e3, quite a solid variation here. Much more complicated is e4.
Normally, is the main line is e4, yes?
E4, yes, bishop b, very complicated with long lines. Presumably, all of them are drawn.
Black is doing fine.
Yes, I think so. So white is playing solidly, e3, a6, bishop c4, and now we have a little detail. Let me show you what is a small difference over here. If black plays normally d5, knight f3, Knight f6, c4, d takes c,
Mm-hmm.
queen's gambit. e3, e6, bishop c4, a6. This is one of the main positions. Knight c3 is quite a rare move.
Yes, you're right.
Usually, white wants to do something like queen e2, rook d1 quickly,
Exactly.
or so they do not develop the knight from b1 so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, yeah, the most common move is castle, or a4 was played. But knight c3 is quite a rare move. So and in the game we have this position. So it doesn't mean it's bad, but it's considered not to be the strongest one.
Yeah.
So, but actually Korobov is most likely the position with the isolated pawn would arise after supposedly c5 and c takes d. And Korobov is very strong playing with isolated pawn.
Mm-hmm.
I know it by my own experience. Yes,
Yeah,
he beated me quite badly in Ukraine Team Chess Championship, and just he feels those positions very well as far as I'm concerned. You know, I thought I feel them for black very well, but it turns out no. You know, he's very good attacking player, and these positions are suits his style. So maybe that's why Luke is thinking maybe he doesn't want to enter isolated pawn. Maybe he wants to keep the tension after c5 somehow.
Yeah.
So we'll see. So all right, not much is going on here. Let's take a look at Russia-Turkey.
Yeah.
Ipatov Kramnik. So I remind you that Vladimir is not having a very good tournament, at least at the moment. So he is playing for a win for sure. Knight f3, e6, bishop g5. Trompovsky variation, right? Bishop g, but with knight f3. All right, h6, bishop h4, d6. So at first glance, well, what is this? What is black doing? It looks a little bit weird, don't you think?
Yeah.
h6, d6, what is it?
Yeah, I agree.
But I think I can explain, and well, the game explains why did he play this way. g5 is the idea, and wins the dark squared bishop.
Yeah. If he wouldn't have played,
If he
otherwise
wouldn't play
bishop e5.
d6, there would be bishop e5,
F6
forcing
and then
some, there might be even some
F6, then
move, jump
knight
of the
e2.
knight, yeah, or just f6 is very bad move
Yeah.
in that position.
maybe
So
bishop-
d6, taking
he's
the
actually
control.
preparing this, probably. But you know, in this position, maybe white could have played h3 in order not to give up this bishop. To not
h3, interesting.
H3. Because now he just played d6, you know. He
Mhm.
says that, okay, I will not play d5, c5 variation. I
Mhm.
just play d6, b6 probably, c5. Or maybe this is nothing, h3 maybe is also tempted. What do you say?
Actually, I've never seen a move like that, but it might turn out to be a loss of time.
Yeah.
You know, maybe black just plays normally. I don't know, bishop e7, castle, b6,
Yeah.
bishop b7. You're right.
No,
And
sometimes
then-
they want to keep it, this bishop, you know. White.
I think, to be honest, I think when white plays bishop g5 on move number 2 or 3, usually white is ready to give up the
this bishop.
That's
So
the
it's
idea, you
yeah.
know, like. But usually white gets something instead, like for example bishop g5, let's say e6, e4. At least white gets the center.
The center.
So so
But he
for
also he can have this, but he played already.
but now e4. You mean takes and e4.
Yeah, but he already played e3. Yeah.
No, he played d3 here.
Ah,
So,
he
but
played
the
e3,
thing
yeah.
is, you know, if bishop g5 here, d6, e4, h6 takes. One of the strongest ideas here for white is to push f4,
Mhm.
and then playing.
But also c3.
For
and
example,
e3 is also-
c3, d6, bishop d3. Let's say g6, and now knight e2, castle and f4. I think that's the only way to white to
Yeah.
fight for. If white plays, you know, normal, I quote, moves like knight f3, knight bd2, white would be just without two
Fine.
bishops.
Yeah.
Black would be for sure fine. So, Actually, for those who are watching us not the first time, they probably already know that I really like to have dark squared bishop without a vis-a-vis. So now I prefer black in this position. The objective is that should be somewhere around equal, but I prefer black because, even if you take on g3, you will never get checkmated, even if white castles long. With that bishop on g7, you can never get a checkmate. You need, in dragon variation or in some other variations with different colored, different castles, white needs to exchange that bishop on g7.
You can have some kind of attack on the white squares. Yeah?
Yes, maybe on the white squares.
Mm-hmm.
But I can even imagine going castle and king f8, and I'm not sure what you can do about my bishop on g7.
Yeah, king f8. But
So
still, after if white decides to castle on.
Yeah, but black is not taking on g3 for now. Black is waiting for white to play, I don't know, knight d2, force white to do so.
Black probably will wait for white to decide which side to castle.
Yeah, black has useful moves like a6, knight d7, queen e7, maybe b6. White also has many useful moves. But actually now white has to decide whether he plays c4 or c3.
You're right.
And maybe c3 is more solid, but I guess it would mean that Alexander is playing only for a draw, and that's usually not good. If you only dream of a draw, usually you lose, because you don't play actively enough. You don't consider grabbing the initiative, because draw is fine, and it from time to time can lead to bad results.
Right.
So I hope he's gonna play c4 and knight c3, more active. Yeah, I wanna see a fight.
c4? Well, actually, I don't.
It weakens the big diagonal. I agree.
Yeah, probably because.
But I'm gonna try to fight for white squares with maybe d5 in the future.
But if you play c4 now, maybe black can play c5 immediately.
c4, c5.
And which will be after taking on d4 and knight c6, pressure on the d6 pawn. D4 pawn, so it's
that's why I prefer black.
That C3 is more logical.
But actually, Carlsen has played this line with white.
Really?
Against
him? Do you remember?
Giri.
He
played Giri, and he came up with a very brilliant exchange sacrifice, Petrosyan style, for positional compensation, and they drew that game. But along the road, he was forced actually to give that exchange because he was in trouble.
Yeah.
So knight bd2 was played. I guess Alexander's gonna play c3.
Yeah.
Maybe and then queen e2, maybe queen c2, maybe
but
queen
also
e2.
After g4, where the knight will go. This is also.
Oh no, g4.
Not now. I mean, if you play queen e2, maybe this knight after g4, knight g1, knight e2.
G4 is, very demanding move. You will never get that pawn back.
He will play it, yes.
I mean, neither.
Also, I think after g4, white can break this side with h3.
At some point,
he has this chance always.
But it's actually quite a common idea to do. For example, queen e7 was played. Let's say takes and g4, and for example, if knight goes there, that's very bad. That knight is completely out of play, even h5, and that knight. I'm not sure, not in this precise position, because black is not ready for that yet. But even this is quite common to put stuff like that. And for example, if knight e2, black can do this, cut off this knight on e2, and that could be a decent idea to play g4 and h5.
Actually, maybe Kramnik's idea is now to play. He played queen e7 to play e5. What do you think? Why queen e7?
I think he just continues the development.
But he could develop with the piece.
The only good square for the queen is on e7.
But is it too early? Why he is playing now?
Because he wants to keep options wide open. Knight c6 or knight d7 he could play now. But the queen only belongs on e7, don't you think?
You're right.
So he's
Maybe
just
He
waiting.
doesn't want to play knight c6, huh?
Maybe knight 6, maybe knight d7. I'm not sure that black is ready to play e5 now. What's your next move? f5 after e5?
I don't know. This is e5. Actually, I don't know. Maybe not e5. But this queen.
I think white would play c3 now. And for example, if e5, queen c2, and I already won the white squares.
You're right.
That's. I don't think that e5, at least for the moment, is in Kramnik's plans. I think a6 he would play, then maybe knight c6 or knight d7, depending on what white is doing. So we would have quite a long game. Oh, of course.
Because I'm coughing.
Okay. So I prefer black, but objectively the position should be equal. All right, we can go to game number 2, Karyakin Solak. So e3 and a6, very solid. Chebanenko line. Knight f3, b5, b3, bishop g4, very common idea to, black doesn't want to go e6 in this position because that bishop on c8 would always be a problem. But now, usually bishop g4 is not that good. For example, here, bishop g4 would be not good at all because of queen b3. And the pawn on b7 is very weak. Then knight e5 is coming. But after b5, b3, black plays bishop g4. And black's idea is to play e6, maybe knight b d7, and then just finishing the development, and he doesn't have any bad pieces. But Karyakin came up with the move a4. Very interesting. And Dragan Solak spent already like 15 minutes, and he decided to take on c4. Actually, I find this decision to be strange. What did Karyakin prepare for b4?
I'm sorry for this interruption from my side. I went to the doctor, today. He said you have sinusitis.
Oh.
And because I was coughing the whole night. And since 3 days I'm coughing. And I started to take medicine now. Some antibiotics and everything.
We hope you get better.
Well, actually, it doesn't pass very easily.
Yeah. So actually, take a look. We have a very rare move, a4 by Karyakin, for sure prepared at home. Because, in this position, 1,600 games were played with bishop e2. And can you guess how many games were played with a4? 6.
Interesting. How come nobody decided to play?
Because I don't know, before and a5. Yes, so
and they don't like this.
Probably. But Solak thought for a while, maybe he decided to get off from white's preparation, and this is the position on the board. But I'm not sure about the opening the b file. And black would probably sooner or later will have to give away the bishop on g4. And so, but I wonder what was Karyakin's idea. Maybe if he wins and comes here, but he will not tell us anyway. So yeah, since I wonder what was his idea after a4.
On the c file, maybe there is a good.
Maybe some knight e2. I don't know, knight e2, and now a5 is actually a positional threat, right? A5. If white plays c5, white would just win the pawn on b4 sooner or later. So it would appear black has to play stuff like that, but then maybe knight e5. And for example, if black loses his bishop, that's very bad.
Yeah.
C takes d is coming, bishop coming to b5, and white would just get in through c file. So I think black would have to make some solid move with this bishop, but where to? This knight is coming now, let's say bishop f5. This knight can come to d3 and c5. Yeah, maybe it's quite
interesting idea.
Very interesting idea. I would have to take a look at that. Actually, there were games played like after e4. For example, Cheparinov-Laznichka. So knight. This what was played. Wow. It's so indeed. If black plays a5 now, he's in trouble. But Laznička played this move.
Did
Very
it
interesting. Makes a lot of sense.
before. Yeah.
Flying around. So and if white takes, black gets a very strong passed pawn.
Yeah.
But it was played something like knight e5 with crazy complications. Knight e5, takes, and now takes, because I think c3 doesn't work tactically. Oh, no, maybe it works.
E6.
Now knight c6. I don't know, very complicated.
Very complicated, you're right.
So yeah, and also there was a game, Movsisyan with black, won against Grzegorz Gajewski in 2011. And he met knight e2 with takes. And what did he do next? He just played knight bd7. That's actually kind of strange. What did he prepare for e5 with the threat of c5? Maybe he gives away. So c5, I think, is a big positional threat, don't you think?
You're right.
And then I just win the pawn on b4 at some point, and pawn on a6 would be weak.
Yes, of
Maybe
course,
that was his idea, you know?
But with such kind of positions, you know, the bishop can go to g2 and then look at the white squares.
Yes, I agree.
I don't like this black's position at all.
So, actually, opening battle is for sure won by white. For example, I'm pretty sure white can even go c5 now.
Yes, that's what I was thinking actually now. C5.
Because now the b file is already open. Usually white is struggling to open that file, but just c5 and then the pawn on a6 would be constantly weak. Actually now a5 is a big threat, so maybe black has to do the same. And now maybe, or maybe it's actually not that, maybe c5 is premature, now e5 is coming. So. But actually, quite a nice approach by Dragan Solak. To for sure, if I were white, I wouldn't consider b takes c seriously, because first of all, no games were played like that, and it doesn't look very good actually. But well, white would have to prove it now. Actually, c5 was played. Yeah, I think now a5 is necessary. Oh, but then white can just start winning that pawn on a5. For example, if you imagine this knight coming to b3 and the bishop to d2, that pawn on a5 would be in big trouble. I suppose a5 would be played now, and then white would maybe play bishop just e2, finishing the development. Knight bd7. Flying around, very annoying one. Yeah. All right, so the opening battle is won by Karjakin. He did not spend a minute yet, and Solak spent almost 20 minutes already. So I think he's in trouble, actually.
Well, you know, Solak played many games here with this Shebenenko squad. And as far as I remember, he always had really not very good position.
Yeah, he lost to Luke Van Velde.
Yes, also
very badly, actually.
bad position yet. Here also he has a bad position. I'm wondering why
maybe
he's
that's
playing this variation.
Maybe the problem is not the variation. The problem is that he plays only this one, and he's like a very clear target. You know, if you...
That's what I was trying to actually say, that he can change this defense from time
There's
to time.
nothing wrong with Chebanenko, but if you keep on playing always, they would, you know, a4, very rare move, and Karjakin for sure prepared it at home, analyzed it with the computers, those complications. So
and also now that he knows very well these variations, you cannot deal with this, you know?
Yeah.
It's a new move.
But yeah, so probably maybe he would have to, you know, play some from one to time, some other variation. Yeah. All right. So for now, Turkey is in a little bit opening trouble, I would say. All right. Azerbaijan, USA. Mamedov Nakamura. Actually, I'm looking forward to this game. It's quite promising. Nakamura. Chilabin variation, bishop g5, b5, takes. Okay, bishop g7, c3, oh, c3, f5. You know, knight e7 is the main move here. That's why black played bishop g7 to prepare. If black wanted to play, maybe, you know, there are two main moves in this position. Bishop g7 is one of them, and f5 is the second one. So, but maybe this f5 variation, maybe Nakamura avoids this line, which is probably a forced draw. So he plays bishop g7 first, and now f5, and now this whole idea doesn't work. Just black would just castle, and
after a4, black castled.
Let's say we will take a look now. So I'm just paying attention to some details in the opening. So c3, f5, we transpose, but takes, knight c2, bishop e6, knight e3, knight e7, and a4. Interesting. Usually white plays, as far as I'm concerned, white plays g3. Yes, g3 is by far the main move here. The bishop is very good on that diagonal. But a4 is also a move to go. a4, and now black has two moves to take on d5 and castle also. So why don't you like castle? You mean winning the pawn, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, you're right.
That's your concern. A takes b5.
Probably knight takes d5. Otherwise,
Probably takes. What do you do?
Maybe takes on a7 and knight c7. I don't know.
No, there is
probably this is not a good idea.
No, there's a knight that's just hanging, and if knights, even if you take on e6, I would be fine. I'll give you a check. What do you do?
Oh, you have a check.
Very annoying check. So maybe, but if you go bishop b5 now, just lose a c piece. Sorry. You could try to do this first, I guess. Well, of course not.
Version of this, yeah.
But I'm not sure that this one works. Let me check. Maybe we are inventing a bicycle, which is already was invented. A takes b, and bishop b5 was played in many games, and now bishop queen b7, and now d5 is coming, and the pawn on b2. Very good compensation. White could try to take on a8 first. Takes on a8, rook takes, and now bishop b5. But rook a2 is now a decent option, or queen b7. According to the database, black is doing fine here. So Rauf played bishop e2. I don't like the way he's playing. First of all, I think Nakamura didn't spend a minute yet.
But he's thinking.
In 1 hour 30 minutes, because bishop e2 doesn't make sense to play a4 and then bishop e2. You either play bishop e2 castle and then play a4, or if you play a4, you just
f5 is coming also, yes.
Yes, f5 is one of the, or knight. Black will always have to take on d5 at some point.
Maybe now knight takes d5, you mean?
Yes, let's say. So there were games played like knight takes, and actually b takes a4 was played many times. And then a5.
He knows this variation, Rauf Mammadov.
No, he doesn't. He's take a look at the games. We don't see, unfortunately, we don't see his time, but the game started half an hour ago, and Nakamura has 1 hour 30 minutes on the clock,
right.
Which means who spent all the time?
Half an hour.
Yeah, almost half an hour was spent by Rauf Mammadov.
So he didn't expect Nakamura playing.
Maybe.
Pelikan.
But the problem is it's quite hard for white to lose this position.
For white?
Yeah. Very hard to lose.
Why not? I mean, black can play from the center also.
Yes. So
just white has the, black can have the center,
No, but white always has the d5 square.
Yeah.
So it's by far theoretical position at this point. So we would just let Nakamura choose what he is up to. Maybe he's trying to figure out the details, because actually knight takes d5 transposes to, for example, for this position there were only 12 games, approximately, and for this like 60. So with the so maybe he's trying to figure out, maybe he can, use this and play f5 right away, which would make sense to play f5. White would castle, and then I think black would have to do this at some point. This thing.
And also black can now play maybe knight g6 without taking on d5, and because the threat becomes now f4. I don't know.
Knight g6. Interesting. So
Yeah,
and now
because
these knights are, they have only one square to share. But after knight g6, I guess f4.
F4, but still
F4.
after f4, after exchanging everything and bishop e5.
Yeah,
And then
that's
you
very
have this
common.
Queen h4 is coming.
There is a rook on a4 for now.
Maybe not now.
So, but it's very
maybe
common.
B takes a4 is not very good idea. Let's take it back. This B takes a4 and a5 flat. Maybe knight g6 now. What do you think? Is it something?
But now knight c7. But there's no knight. No, none.
I will play f4 now.
f4. Oh, sorry.
There was a move.
So you mean, let's say f5 castle, and you play knight g6. I take. You play
No, if I play f5 castle, yes, knight g6.
I move away. The problem is after a takes b takes knight c7 is very strong, because your pawn moved.
Yeah.
So I think black has to deal with that
But
pawn.
now
Right now.
e4.
Oh wow.
Is it something? I mean, too much.
That might be
to give?
dangerous.
F3 is the.
Well, f3 is always an option in these sort of positions, but
I don't know. Maybe it's just nothing.
it's actually Nakamura style. But after f3, I guess, I don't know. Oh, queen g5. No, knight c7. I don't know what's going on here.
Right. Maybe he has to actually think of this a4.
No, but I think there's nothing wrong with this.
Yeah.
But then it doesn't really fit with f5. If you want to take, you do it right away. You do it right away, takes and a5, and if white castles. Now maybe you take, and king h8, useful move. Queen b8 also could be a move, just to put some pressure here.
And why not f5?
I'm not sure what's next. What's your next move after f5?
e4.
e4, then I get the f4 square for. Maybe I go f4 myself. I'm not sure about this f5. Maybe black.
Maybe my next move is f4.
Maybe bishop d7 and a4. Also common idea here. So.
But this knight is very strong on d5.
So that's the problem. It's very hard for white to lose this position. It's very hard to win because at many points at the game, black can just go to right away take on d5 everything with very decent drawing chances.
Yeah.
Well, now that wouldn't be a good idea, but always white has to calculate. What if he goes into different colored bishop endgame? Maybe that's just a draw quit.
He's still thinking, so he's not satisfied with the, variations, probably one of the variations that he was thinking, because as far as we are checking now, we couldn't find any good plan for black now.
Well, yeah.
So it's not so bad for white to play this way.
Yeah. So the most common line goes like this: a5, castle, and now let's say rook b8, rook b8, b3. And now maybe king h8 or f5, quite a complicated position. But now this bishop is working. Maybe f5, e4 could be coming. So, but I think maybe Nakamura is considering not to take on a4 at all, and he's trying to figure out the compensation. So even though Rauf Mamedov spent a lot of time in the opening, now Nakamura is racing him with the time. So. For now, we have a theoretical position, but I think draw is the most likely outcome here.
Yeah.
Board number 2, Kamsky Safarli. All right, English attack, and now knight f3, very solid variation. So knight b3 transposes to crazy different castled positions with counter attacks and everything. After knight f3, it's very, very solid, very safe. Bishop c4, castle, queen c7, bishop b3, bishop queen e2, and rook c8. Interesting. Rook c8. Oh, it seems to be...
A new move?
No, it's not new.
It's
It's just I was not aware of it. So, rook ft1, theory, still in the theory.
It's not very recently played. 2011.
No, there
But
were
2012
there were games played.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gopal
so
played.
yeah, so it's by far a theoretical position. Rook fd1, knight bd7, and now there were many moves played. You know, rook c1, knight h4. I actually like knight h4. Bishop g5 was played, but Kamsky came up with the move knight e1, which was played in 2009 by Oleg Korneyev. But he played like less than 2200 player, and he beat him. Knight e1. What do you think? What's the idea?
Knight e1, knight d3, knight b4. Maybe I'm just thinking at first glance. I see this maneuver.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you play a5 to prevent me to going to b4 square, you have this b5 square wicket, you know, and this knight, you know, on f3 actually doesn't do anything. He's, you know, bishop. One moment, he will play f3 probably.
Yeah, it's, if anything, white will have f3.
So knight d3, knight b4 looks like a logical maneuver. Or maybe at some point f4 also is possible, but not now, because bishop g4 is...
yeah, knight comes to d3. According to the time, it's definitely not his home preparation, right? He already spent 20 minutes.
He is always thinking a lot in the openings. He's not an opening guy.
Yes,
He's always,
indeed.
You know, doing this, you know, playing from time to time. This line, you remember, he used to play bishop f4.
Yeah.
So he wants to avoid the very theoretical variations.
Yes. That's why he chose knight f3, where precise knowledge of opening is not very, is not necessary. You can play just the moves that...
This is also, if we look at this variation, it's like maneuvering, you know.
Yeah, his style.
He didn't get anything maybe concrete from the opponent, but with the middle game, with this maneuvering and everything, he will have some, even maybe small advantage.
But you know, don't you find this maneuver a little bit strange? Have you seen a maneuver like that? Through d4 to d3 to b4? I've never seen this one.
Maybe here is strange, yes. It looks strange, but looks also not bad. What do you think?
Yeah, it's not very clear what to do for... Okay, black has to consider a move like knight c5 now.
Yeah, knight c5.
Knight c5.
Like the move, yeah.
Well, normally taking on e6 is not good, because if you take, the pawn takes, and white has no squares in the center at all.
With the d5 square is solved.
Yes. C file, black has the C file, white has the D file, but there's nothing there.
Yeah.
So taking not an option.
Yeah, I don't think it would. F3 probably.
Just maybe its pawn is not really hanging. Let us check. Knight D3.
Not hanging.
For example, but maybe bishop takes. I thought takes, and queen G4.
Ah, yes.
And it's not hanging actually. I will take on e6 with a check, and then some...
Do you prefer to take on e6 and give e4 pawn? I don't know, because c2 is also hanging.
So what do you do? Knight f6?
I don't know. Maybe something like that, yes.
But my queen is the pawn is not hanging, your bishop is in...
What's your next
I
idea?
don't know.
Knight b4.
Or c3, that queen. No, this is good. These are not a very good hanging pawns, I think. But there is a problem. Black can take on b3 first.
And then
but maybe now I can take on c5, you know, because now this probably just doesn't work. Just wins a pawn.
Yeah.
I don't see anything. But maybe here I take here first. And if you take with the pawn, I take with, I don't know, maybe even c pawn.
If you take on c5, Can I take on c2? Because all
Yes,
the
yes. So if d takes c, white takes on b3 and slight edge.
Bishop takes c2.
If you take on c2, I
Take
have
on-
intermediate move
but
like
on
this.
Bishop takes d1 probably.
What?
But
I missed
still
bishop takes
something.
d1. What?
Okay.
What is this? What's going
What
on?
is this? Yeah, you're right. What's going on actually?
Oh, maybe. Oh, sorry. h6 was played.
x6.
So, but maybe it works. You know, if in a funny way. Crazy pieces hanging. Takes. Ah, no, it doesn't work. You take. You win a pawn. Not good.
You're right.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work. So probably knight c5 would be met with f3. That's my guess.
Well, this is actually looks like a normal move. F3.
Yeah, but what about takes, and now preparing a d5, not maybe like this first.
But not knight d3, right? Just
Oh, e5, yes, knight d3. I saw d5, but e5 is
yes,
hanging.
that's what I was thinking actually, but e5.
And if rook d8, there's queen f2, annoying move.
So knight e1 is actually looks like a interesting idea.
And h6 was played. Black just keeps it solid. I think or f3 or knight d3 would follow, but knight d3 I think makes a little bit more sense. f3 doesn't seem to be necessary at the point. So I think Kamsky got his position with new position, with all the pieces on the board, with maneuvering, and yeah.
So Katakamsky from USA against Altay Safarli from Azerbaijan.
Oh yes, we again forgot to introduce the
it's
players.
Okay. I reminded. So they have still a fight going on. Nothing is.
But no advantage for now.
No advantage.
At least on
White
first and
intends
two.
to play knight b4, knight d5 at some moment, and playing f3.
Yeah.
So the d5 square is the.
Oh, actually, he played knight d3 very quick.
Knight d3, which is a logical move.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move to another match.
So we haven't considered Armenia, Germany yet.
Armenia, Germany, and China is playing Egypt. Also.
Yes. So Armenia, Germany, Armenia, Mayer Georg, 26-23. Against Aronian Levon, 2800, who is having a very good tournament, and Mayer actually, I don't think he lost to Grishchuk yesterday. A game that he was not supposed to lose,
actually,
I think.
Yeah,
he lost to Solak.
Very miserable position with the.
I think he's having a very bad tournament here. He lost the games that I remember. He lost to Dragan Solak. Oh no, he won.
No,
he won against.
against
Sorry,
Solak.
yes, yeah. Okay, then maybe not that bad.
Yeah.
I take my words back. But Aronian is definitely having a great tournament. So c6, interesting. c4, e6. Okay, he forces white to go e3. I don't think Mayer was ready to compete after knight c3, d takes c4 with a pawn down. For sure, he wants to keep it solid, like he played with Grishchuk, but
yes,
bishop d6.
Also, you remember he against Lee Aronian won the c4 pawn, and then he won the match, the game against Lee Aronian. You remember?
Oh yes, yes,
so
it was Catalan.
To
yeah.
give the c4 pawn to Aronian.
Yeah, and actually, take a look, Stonewall.
It turned out to be a Stonewall. Yeah.
Yes, and now what's this? H6. Is this a move?
Yeah, sometimes they do play because of this. The other knight wants to come to f6, you know.
Oh.
That's why it's and with this h6 knight, maybe he will go back to f7.
Actually, just statistics. This position was played many times. Almost 900 games played knight f6. And only 20 games played knight h6.
Really?
Yeah.
So who played with knight h6?
Who played knight h6? That's a good question. The strongest player for black was Popov Valery, 2557, in 2000, in year 2000. And Agdestein played it also in 1998. So, but so far,
I'm sure Aronian prepared this because some kind of, less studied variation.
Very less studied, and that's what you want to get with black against a weaker player. Unknown position,
Yes.
with complicated unknown position. So let's take a look. So at first glance it looks dubious, to be honest. But once you explain that the other knight is coming to f6, it now makes much more sense. And now let's take a look what Aronian did. He plays very quickly, I think. Knight e5 was played by Georg Mayer. So usually they teach us not to play with one piece twice, but I think he wants to, well, that's what he wants, to play f4.
Well, actually, in this kind of position, knight e5 is the main move, one of the main moves, and then play f4 later on.
But it would appear that black is quicker with g5 than white with his g4,
yeah,
don't you think?
g5, you're right.
Maybe white would just ignore that g5, but so knight d7 was played, knight c3. I'm not really fond of what Georg is doing. What is he going to h4 with that bishop? I highly doubt it.
You don't like this bishop d2?
No, maybe it was time to do stuff like that and b4 quickly, just to get counterplay when black's pieces.
No, you just leave the a file, a5, for example.
a5.
After a5, you have to play a3, b4, and then the a file will be on black's control.
Yeah, but then maybe I go c5, b5, I don't know.
C5,
so I would at least consider, because these sort of positions with close center, they are very easy to become a very bad position if you play without a plan. If you play like, I just read it in Jacob Agard's book, that he doesn't like these nice looking moves, but with no plan.
Actually, he's right.
So rook c1, okay, well, what's next? He needs to go b4 anyway. But why did he play bishop?
Remember Ivanchuk's game against Ipatov?
Yeah.
He also played bishop d2, bishop e1, and then.
But that was slightly different. He had two bishops in that position, and
here he doesn't have two bishops.
Yeah. So black's plan is, take a look. I don't see like a big pattern of what white is doing. White just finishes his development in a natural way, but black has a clear plan. Transfer the bishop, and king h8, clear intention, rook g8 and g5. Very clear what is black doing here, and I don't understand what white is doing.
White also is.
Oh, he wants to exchange the dark squared bishop. Finally, I realize it.
Yeah.
Bishop b4 is coming, but I guess Levon would play queen e7 now.
Queen e7.
Just
But
if
still
bishop,
b4 is possible.
maybe ruining that pawn structure a little bit. For example, that was my first intention. Takes. You take with what? With pawn, probably, or with the queen.
Let's say with the queen.
With the queen, takes. For example, takes, and takes.
You think this is?
No, I thought I'm in time to do this and a6.
But
Then
not b5.
but now, or maybe takes and b, because e3 was hanging.
Yeah.
Now takes and b5, and I'm in
Which
trouble.
is for
And all right,
This knight h6,
doesn't work as well as I thought. So okay, finally I can see what he's doing,
a5.
preventing. Yeah.
a5 actually, that's what I was going to say. He has to actually prevent this bishop b4.
Because when black plays g5, and if white decides to take on g5, that bishop would become powerful. But if that bishop would be exchanged, white can strongly consider taking on g5 and putting the knight on f4. But if that bishop would be alive, that would be a major problem.
And also probably black in this kind of situations, as you probably that most probably he wouldn't want to exchange this d2 bishop. Look at this bishop, which looks very bad with his d6 bishop.
Yeah.
This knight probably he can exchange this bishop with this knight on e5, which is very strong, but not with this bishop.
Yeah.
He can exchange this bishop with this e5 knight, but not with the d2 bishop.
Yeah.
So he has to decide, what to do. Of course, this is he has still after b4, white has the pressure, to take on A5.
Knight g3 was played,
Knight G3.
and bishop retreats.
They play very fast actually this position. It's not easy at all, but still.
But knight on g3, what is
Black's
this?
also play looks a little bit dubious. What do you think?
No, but I think black has a clear pattern. His plan is g5. He just transferred all his pieces to the king side and
So
playing g5.
What was the play? I mean, meaning of playing bishop h5?
Well, the bishop, like it's a stone wall, you know.
Yeah.
Where do you put your
So
bishop
you
on?
didn't want the queen to be on d1, maybe.
No, that bishop is quite active, and you know it may look like a loss of time, but what's knight on g3? It's completely
right,
in the way.
what
It
is
has
it?
to go back to e2
You're right.
sooner or later, and but then black is not forced to go back to
Actually,
h5.
this is the good question you asked. The knight on g3 is
Very
not
bad
doing
piece.
nothing, very bad.
It's even doing bad job here
Yeah.
there.
Maybe this knight g3 is not a good idea. Knight et to knight g3. What do you think?
Well, I really like black. Black's gonna go knight e4 now, maybe, and then g5s and rook g8. Very easy play.
Yeah.
And what white? Well, white
White
is.
has to do something fast, you know, on the
Yeah.
queen side. Maybe b4 immediately.
Let's try. Okay, b4. You
I
want to
don't
go?
know, maybe it's not a good
Takes.
Play. Bishop takes, maybe.
Oh, you want to take with the
Yes,
bishop?
because I
Mhm.
want to exchange this bishop, you know.
But then your pawn would be very vulnerable.
Yeah, but the b7 also is weak, so I am ready
Mhm.
to. Oh, I can take also with the pawn, but I don't want to take with the pawn.
Let's say knight e4.
Knight e4. Yeah, this is also.
Takes and c5
I
or
don't know. It's difficult to say. Now this problem
this is knight is
a3
horrible.
pawn, eh?
And for example, if you do like this, takes, let's say c5 queen, your pawn is hanging, and if you spend some time, I'll take on
Let's
g3.
take on e4.
Here,
Uh-huh.
with
With the bishop.
bishop, I take with this pawn.
No.
Now knight on
Uh,
h6, excellent, by the way.
Yes, it's good, but I control f5 score with my.
For now, yeah.
Let's take on e5, d6,
Yes,
and now play c5,
okay.
and then queen b4.
I'm not sure where I'm going with the queen. Let's say
This
e7.
looks like a white is okay here.
E7.
Because now the e5 knight is okay. This your bishop is on e8, doing nothing. I didn't like that.
Okay, I agree. I agree. Now I don't like knight e4.
Yeah. Knight e4 actually you don't need, you know.
Yeah, I thought I'm preparing
Yeah.
g5, but
Well, actually you can still prepare g5.
oh wait, but let us finish the line. I'm going g5 anyway.
Rook to you.
You're not taking?
No.
Why not? I would take on g5.
You will take.
Yeah, the
you
rooks are
but
discoordinated.
then you are attacking my e3 pawn.
No, but the rook on f8, what do you do?
Ah, okay.
And then the b7 is hanging. Maybe g5 just
maybe
doesn't
g5
work.
is not working. You're
Maybe it's not working.
right.
So
Well,
I don't
imagine-
like knight e4 now. Yeah, b4 now makes a lot of sense for white.
Yeah, probably he has to continue with this plan, good or bad.
Yeah,
And we know he made this plan.
yeah.
You have to, be loyal to your plan. Otherwise, you will have to make another plan, lose
Yeah.
a lot of tempos, with this
Yeah.
new plan. I don't see. White has this, comfort to make a new
Yeah.
plan and change the plan here.
Yeah, I think actually now I'm starting to guess that, okay, I think black has to, oh, maybe black can ignore it. If you take on a5, I take on a3 and still keep my bishop.
But bishop b4 is probably still.
But the rook is, so I was planning maybe this.
Okay, let's say we take c5,
a5.
rook b1. If you take on a3,
Mm-hmm.
but then there is always this pressure on b7.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I just,
g5. Yeah,
from-
maybe this is a good idea actually here, without paying too much attention to this pawn. Just you carry on with your
but
attack.
it's also dangerous.
Yes, of course it's dangerous. I agree that this is dangerous.
Yeah. And also there is an option of taking, and now rook g8. But without that bishop, I'm not sure if that attack would be powerful enough. Queen b4, g5. Is it any good?
I'm not sure.
Now actually taking and knight coming to f4 could be an option.
taking and knight f4. You're right, actually. Take and knight e2.
But on the other hand,
But knight
I will
g4.
exchange that knight.
Also you have this knight g4 idea.
And e3 is saying, no, it's not good. Oh, by the way, I always have knight g4 in this position,
Yeah,
and queen
you have-
h4,
actually,
by
I
the
don't
way.
like this knight g4 idea.
Yeah, right away, what do you do? Knight, even like that.
You're right.
And then queen h4, and then maybe g5. So,
So it's not easy.
but white has to do very quick. Yes, b4 was played. All right, so very double-edged game, but I think it suits Aronian more.
Well, actually, black's prospects on the king side looks very dangerous.
Yeah, but for now they are few tempos.
Yes, he needs
In
some
front.
more tempos, to realize his
That
point.
is why white has to be quick.
But this knight g4 and queen h4, all
Mhm.
these plans, g5, rook g8 are really dangerous for white.
Actually, yeah, with actually bishop on d2 is a bad piece, but if you exchange it and queens moves away, the pawn on e3 would become vulnerable after knight g4
Yeah.
jumping. So, for example, we can imagine rook on g8, knight on g4, queen comes to h4, very dangerous, and g5, very straightforward attack.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I don't know what's the actual evaluation, but I think Aronian's doing good job.
Mhm.
But there's also, black also could be in trouble. If he's not in time with his attack, white would exchange dark squared bishops, and on the queen side would
some
attack
pressure,
very
yeah.
strong.
Some
If black
pressure.
doesn't get counterplay on the king side, black would be in trouble.
Yeah.
If he does, white would be in trouble. So even though a stone wall, but very double-edged.
position.
Yeah, very double-edged. So what do you say, John? We go for a short break now.
Okay.
Okay, and we'll see you soon.
In a few minutes.
Hello everyone, we are back
Yes.
with live transmission from Antalya World Team Chess Championship, round number 6. And what do you say we take a look at the match Egypt-China, which we hadn't even seen yet.
Yes, we didn't look.
All right.
So it's better idea to look.
So the first board, Asad Mohammed, 2454, is playing against Li Chao, 2679. Li Chao is having a tough tournament right now. He had been beaten a few times, so he wants to prove that he still can.
Mhm.
And he is black in this game. And let's take a look what happened. It was Grunfeld defense, knight e4 on knight g5, wow, what is this? Have you ever seen this?
Never
before?
seen this.
You know, it reminds me of a line which I occasionally play myself against Berlin defense. I don't know, a little bit similar idea. D takes and now a4. Just there's some similarities. So, but here, honestly, I've never seen this one before. Let me check if this is. Oh yeah, there were actually games played like that.
Played.
Yeah, more than 100. Knight takes g5, h4, knight goes back to e4.
Which is also normal.
Yeah, like in that position that I just showed, knight bd4 is the
Yeah.
main move, just to give a piece away like that. And queen d5. I don't know what is white's idea, but it looks like black is better already.
Yours G7.
My g7 bishop is here. No, but here, objectively speaking, open position, very
Actually,
strong bishop.
Gufat was like you know.
Oh, yes.
He always keeps.
I think I am like Gufel,
Yeah.
but not like
That's why.
Yeah, he could even give away.
Yeah, you are young Gufat.
I don't know what is the idea. It just shouldn't be good. You know, the bishop on g7 in game e-pot of Kramnik, the position at least is closed. There are pawns on c3, b2, c3, and d4 in front of that
Yeah.
bishop. But here
But
the
here
bishop is
nothing.
very
You're right.
powerful. Queen d3, very rare move. Knight f3, c5. That's what I'm talking
Immediately
about.
attacking.
Immediately
Yeah.
attacking the center.
Oh, he wants to exchange.
He wants to exchange. Maybe he thinks it would make him easier to make a draw, but this is just a bad endgame. This is just a bad endgame.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you.
The only problem is that knight on a6.
And also there is something strange that he played this rare variation, But Lee didn't get surprised because look at the times.
But you know,
1 hour 20 minutes.
maybe he got surprised at this point, you know. But all the moves are so natural, you know.
Yeah.
What to do? Yes, this makes sense with the tempo. Queen d3, very awkward move. Knight c3 looks more logical. What to do? Bishop g7, of course.
Yeah.
Knight f3. Okay, I'll give a check.
Check.
If he plays with the queen, I'm ready to play endgame. If knight c3, I can. Okay, castle, of course, is an option. But why not right away? c5, knight a6 forced. So logical and forced moves for black.
Right.
There were no place for deep thinking here. And now I think bishop g4 would follow.
Still, maybe if I were Lee, I would just consider not exchanging the queens, because after playing this variation h4 and giving up this bishop, where do you castle?
Yeah, it makes sense. Maybe he was slightly worried about his own king. And another thing that comes to mind.
That's the reason why.
Black's king is also not that
Yeah.
safe. If we imagine some strong attack on f7 square, knight g5, bishop c4. And also, queen plus knight is a very good cooperation. And here with queens off, and bishop plus rook is a very good.
You're right.
Because that's why he wants to just get a pleasant endgame with no risk.
You're right, actually. And black's pieces are very active with this knight, bishops,
Yeah.
and
I think he's choosing actually between taking on d4, knight b4
b4
is an option, bishop g4,
bishop f5,
just,
many options.
just two bishops in an open position.
You're
Big
right.
positional advantage for black.
Okay.
Okay, board number
2.
2, Dinkleren versus Shocker. Sami Shocker, Dinkleren, 27-18, young Chinese star. I think he's current world champion under 20. Is that correct? I think.
I'm not sure.
Ipatov Alexander is number 2. He scored
Dink?
I think Dink scored 11 out of 13, something
but
incredible.
He's very strong.
He's a very strong player. He beaten Kamsky and Movsisyan in a very convincing way. Though he lost one game too. He lost to Korobov Anton, also in a very convincing
way. It was
way.
actually Korobov from Korobov's side. Very good game.
Excellent.
Difficult but very good game.
Yeah. So let's see what. So white is clear favorite. Shocker Sami 2500, but I want to remind you, he beat Naidich with black in this tournament, so he's a dangerous guy. With a little bit awkward opening repertoire, but in this case, classical King's Indian. I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah.
He usually plays some sidelines, suspicious sidelines. D5, knight e7, b4, knight h5, rook e1. Interesting. What is the idea of rook e1? To meet knight f4 with bishop f1, is that correct?
Yes, probably bishop f4 and then e5 probably at some point.
Okay.
After bishop f1.
a5 was played, bishop a3. This is still a deeply theoretical position, and now c5. Interesting.
He didn't play bishop
He didn't
f1.
play bishop f1. Oh yes. According to online database, 142 games played with bishop f1, and only 8 games with c5.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And these are new games or old games?
Well, relatively new, but let me sort by white's
Kramnik
elo.
played Kelfand?
Kramnik, Kelfand,
1996.
1996. So,
Interesting.
but according to, okay, so let's c5 a little bit strange. Yes, because just black wins that bishop and then f5 could be dangerous. So I don't know what Dink didn't like about bishop f1. Maybe it's home preparation, maybe not. Maybe he just doesn't want to lose time. But I think Shocker played in quite logically, but or maybe not. What does the bishop? What is bishop doing on a6?
Yeah, attacking nothing, just the queen now. But later on,
why not? Let me search what f5 was the main move played, or a takes b and then f5. Yeah, I like it. But f5 it might transpose after bishop f1. But I would leave the bishop on c8. For example, I would consider taking. White, I guess, takes with the queen, and maybe f5. Try to do something about those white squares. But he decided to go for this. Actually, there was a game played like that, but it was 2200 players. So we will not be focused on that. Queen c2, rook e8 and a4, queen d7, a5. And now black is in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
If black doesn't push f5, he's strategically in a very bad position. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Just, well, what else can you do unless you play f5?
Mm-hmm.
You have a weakness on c7. White has much more space.
You're right.
If you don't open up the position for your both bishops, you're just strategically lost. And I guess that is what a5, interesting decision. No, this is horrible.
Actually, much better white.
Clearly better.
The c5 pawn will fall, you know.
No, that's just the bishop on g7 is miserable. Knight has an outpost on d6, but he's not steady there at all, and the queen side is about to collapse. Unless he, you know, gets some counterplay like versus Akopyan. Did you know that when he played Akopyan with black, remember we analyzed that game, it was Peart's defense. Akopyan won a pawn, but he was worse after that.
Yeah, he was worse.
Shocker was playing for a win at some point. He avoided exchanging queens,
Really?
he could secure a draw, and then he got outplayed again. So, but I don't see what to do. What else can black do? B takes a5?
But here I think this is not the type of position black probably would like to play. He couldn't push f5, he couldn't make any kingside attack.
And on the queen side was clearly
worse, and he's not defending on the queen side with weak pawns. I don't understand.
No, I think this is game over actually.
Yeah.
I think white is winning.
Yeah, I agree with you.
White is winning.
Soon he will lose this c5 pawn and also the a5.
So for example, b
will
takes a5, bishop
Yes.
takes c5.
Yes,
And how
a5
do you
will fall
protect that
also.
pawn?
Yes, and also afterwards he has to reckon with this d5 post pawn.
No, this is game over. This is c5 desperate move. But white was already strategically, I think, close to winning. Black didn't have any counterplay. So I would suggest that this whole idea is wrong.
Yeah,
Just
I
black
agree.
has to do, and indeed now it's too late for f5 because that pin is really annoying. So maybe f5 here, you know,
f5 must be
to leave that pawn on d6,
Yeah.
even though it's weak, just to leave
so
it there.
probably this is Dingler's preparation, not
Maybe.
to play bishop f1.
Maybe
You know,
that
because
makes sense. Yeah,
because I can play bishop f1 even after f5.
yeah.
It doesn't change anything.
So I think this is game over. And on board number one, significant positional advantage for
yeah,
Lee.
poorly.
So China is clearly leading in this match. And I suppose we go back to the main match of today, Netherlands versus Ukraine. We left off on move number 5 because not much was going on there. Let's see what happened in Giri Ivanchuk's game.
Ivanchuk played very strange actually. Not from the opening, but later on.
A6.
Yes, he played a6, a4 and a5. Probably this is normal, huh? What do you think?
A6, yeah, quite a common move here. And now A4 is not common at all, I would say. Though Caruana played like that with white, I don't know. Caruana played like
a4.
A4, but honestly, I'm not sure about this move. It really makes sense to play A5 for black.
Yeah.
And normally white can consider playing D5. But now if white plays D5, this outpost on C5 is very good.
But
Though still white has a plan of B4, it's not like black prevented it at all.
probably after this a4, a5 moves, black decided to develop the bishop on b7. Actually, it's not common to develop.
Actually, Vasily was thinking for a while here.
Yeah,
He's aiming for a time trouble actually.
Yeah.
He tried to figure out the best setup, how to
Not
develop
so
pieces.
decide. To take on d4
Yeah, I was
or not to take
considering-
on d4?
Let me check whether, yes, e takes d4 were played in some games, but not very strong players. What do you do against e takes d4? You take with the bishop or with the knight?
With the knight, what's wrong with the knight?
Knight, and I was planning c6, and then knight c5, queen c7, you know, normal stuff.
Yeah.
And this a4, a5 for now is in black's favor, but black lost the tempo for that. But what can
Maybe
white do?
knight b3 now.
Knight b3.
You know, to play c5, you know, in order to play maybe
Queen c7,
bishop f4 and then c5.
bishop f4.
I don't know, maybe slight advantage with c5. I'm not sure. What do you think?
If you would be able to play f4, e5, I
probably.
would be in
Yeah,
trouble.
later
But if
on.
you don't, you can be in
Yeah,
trouble.
you're right.
Actually, I had a similar position, pawn structure against Korobov Anton with black. This, very common for Slav defense, this pawn structure on
But
the
now you
queen
have
side.
b6 and bishop a6, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe this bishop f4 is not a good idea. Maybe to play immediately c5.
Or maybe just what is black's next move? Knight
You
e5
just
anyway, I
don't have
think.
to play, yes.
I think knight e5 is anyway the next move. So maybe you just prevent it.
f4, you're right. Probably this is better idea.
And knight cannot reach the c5. That's where black needs a tempo.
But now maybe b6 looks maybe strange, but now I have the c5 square.
But then I go back to d4 and let's say queen c2. You go knight c5, yes.
Knight d4.
Knight d4. And now
Can
bishop.
I take on e4 here?
I don't think there's c6 weakness. You mean use the
No,
e5?
Indian f5 move I have.
But f6, c6 and a8. What do you do? Knight
Yeah,
takes?
you're right, maybe not.
Knight takes, knight
Option.
takes. Maybe now f5 works.
Maybe not f5.
Because if you take,
Then you take on c6.
f5 just loses in exchange. This is not enough, clearly not enough.
Yeah.
But that's thinking too far. So Vasily decided not to go for it, and actually that could be the reason, because now if black plays, maybe now knight c5 was an option actually. First, makes more sense.
But you still can play queen c2
And then c6.
and then c6 and then maybe
You know, the very common idea
Knight
for
b-
white is to play like that.
Now knight b5
And
but
black, they cannot get rid of that knight never, and black is in trouble. But the pawn is
The pawn
hanging,
is
and I
hanging.
don't see what I can get. So queen c2 or f3. Let's say queen c2, c6, rook a d1, queen c7. Maybe he didn't like something about this
maybe
position.
now, and f4 and how to proceed now. He didn't like because I can get rid of this knight on b with knight b3 anytime I like to. And also this knight b5 also is a possibility now instead of f4.
Always
Knight b5
hanging.
idea, you know.
Yeah, but that's strange. Doesn't white never meets in this position? Black usually plays a5, a4, and gets some counterplay.
Yeah.
Why white don't meet it with a4, like never?
Actually, you're right. I don't know why.
Maybe because the tempo is significant. You know, black lost the tempo on a6. Maybe that's the
A4,
difference.
A5,
Maybe it's
yes, but white didn't lose the tempo.
why didn't.
You're right.
So all right, let's go back to the game. b6 was played. Bishop b7. Bishop b7. Oh, and Giri is thinking.
Yeah.
Giri is
To
thinking.
take on e5, to push d5, or to play rook a d1.
Yeah, actually now that I look closer at the position, d5 doesn't seem to be like a very bad option, because b4, for example, let's say d5, I'm sure these things are Giri is considering. Let's say knight c5. I can play.
e1, for example, knight e1.
You're gonna go to d3.
Or
I thought
maybe
b4.
d2,
I just wanna go.
you want to play b4?
I wanna play b4 right
Because
away.
I want to play f4. I don't know why.
f4 is another plan. I
It's a
agree.
normal.
But the thing is that even though it looks very good for black, but b4 is never off the table. You know, you can, if you try to prevent it like that, this is not good. I'm just gonna bring my knight to d3, and I'm still gonna push b4, and then I'm gonna prepare and push a5, and your bishop on b7 is dead. That is my idea. So I think Giri is considering move like d5 here, because another reason is now the rook has already, okay, he took on e5. The rook has already moved to e8.
He took on e5?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm a little bit surprised.
Me too.
Maybe he wants to take and c5, positional sacrifice. But I would strongly consider playing d5. I'm in no way expert in King's Indian for neither of the colors. But here it seems so natural, you know, the bishop on b7 is now dead.
And after d5, I'm pretty sure that white
The rook
is
is on-
slight edge. White is a
The rook on e8 is
it
not,
doesn't look.
it
because-
should be on f8. now.
Yes, in order to play f5. So white will
And white can choose between f4 and b4
actually
now.
black is has lost the initiative in this after d5. It will be. But after d takes e5 also probably not a very good,
D takes e5.
because he has this knight d5 option also always.
Yeah, if black takes with the knight, I don't like it, because I think white's gonna do this, and then white's gonna put the knight on d5, and
No,
then
you can also take on e5. Why not? And then play rook d1. If you take on with the rook, I don't know if you take with the rook.
no, I'm gonna take with the pawn.
With the pawn. Okay, rook d1 and knight d5.
d1
And now knight d5.
or
Somewhere
c5.
rook
No,
might
I
be-
think c5 is very dangerous here.
Or c5.
That's
In order
that is why Vasily left the knight on d7 probably. Even though black has not enough
He played
space.
d
takes e8.
Yes, actually it's better. Yeah. I don't like this position for actually black.
You don't like for black.
I don't like it. I don't know.
But you know, if you imagine my bishop going to
I
f8
played
now,
something similar with white pieces, but without the bishop on g2. With the bishop e2 against Agamalia with white pieces, which I won in the last 2 years ago in the Turkish league. But my bishop was not on g2. Was on somewhere e2.
it's not clear in
It
whose
was
favor.
with the h6 pawn, and it looked like he also developed the bishop on b6, bishop b7. It turned out to be a very bad position actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So what do you do? What's your plan?
you're right. Rook ad1.
ad1.
I like rook ad1.
ad1, and I like at some point this move just to
Knight
d5. Yeah,
maybe knight d5. Yes,
and d5.
to put the pressure on bishop g5. Knight takes f6 is the threat.
Wait a second. Can I consider playing c5 at
Here?
some point? I don't know. But and then knight f8, knight e6.
But now knight b5. You have to deal with the knight b5 if you play c5.
Okay. What about this move?
Yeah, something like this also is normal. But now it's maybe your move c5.
Now c5. Yes.
c5 is
All
coming.
right. That's why I need bishop f8 first. You go knight d5.
Knight d5,
Now
and
c6
you
is
have no
not an
time to play
option
c6.
yet.
Move the queen somewhere.
But the b6 would still be hanging.
Yeah,
All right. What else can I do?
there is always problems with the black now. You know, if you move the queen c8, also even possible h4 with the idea.
But queen
bishop
c8 has
h3.
no idea because c6 is still not
Yeah,
an
but
option.
where to go with the queen? b8?
Wait a minute. I'm really starting to consider moving the queen away, playing c5, and then knight f8, knight e6.
But now c5, knight p5. You have to do
Yeah, but I wait for your knight d5. So that's... So do you think he's going to play rook ad1 now, yeah?
Well, it looks very logical actually, because he is forcing you to move your queen somewhere. And where are you going to play your queen?
But I would consider doing this, because I don't think... I think c5 is my main idea.
Rook ft1, yes.
And then
This is
c5
also a
and-
good move, yes. Rook f
Because it depends. Now white has to choose. White want to go c5 if black like,
You're right.
or f4 in the future.
Yeah.
So
rook
the-
ft1 also is a good move.
ft1.
Yeah, I like rook ft1 also.
So let me just try c5. What do you do?
But the first thing is, but now e4 is hanging. Knight b5 is not possible now.
So and now rook on a1 does not belong. So maybe rook ad1 is better.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Let's say rook ad1, but I'm gonna need to. I want to try this idea for black.
Mhm.
What do you do?
Actually, this looks like a good idea.
I think you need to push f4. That's like the only
Well, I
idea.
can still play knight d5. Why not?
Knight d5 and now maybe knight f8. Can I do that?
Yes, you can, but you have to protect your e5 pawn probably when you go to e6.
Yeah, maybe knight
Bishop
maybe
g5.
knight 6 d6.
Bishop g5.
Oh, maybe I'm just losing.
Yeah, it looks very dangerous.
No, I think I'm just lost. Okay, so I need to move my queen. Let's and protect the b6 too. It's not easy to transfer the knight to d4. What to do? Let's say h6 with the idea knight f8, but it's still. No, I think white is better here.
Now h6 also, yeah, queen maybe d2.
Oh no, I lost a pawn. Take a look.
Yeah,
I cannot take with
Yeah,
anything.
you're
Bishop
right.
takes the only move, and now.
yeah.
So yeah. Also knight d5, and you know if black transfers the knight to d4, he is fine.
Yeah.
But it's
No
really
time
hard
for
to.
us.
It's really hard to do so. So c5 probably not an option. So then I put rook fd1 back on the table, since c5 is not that good.
Yeah.
So indeed, unpleasant position for black.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's
I
play
like
a very
white.
easy knight comes to
Actually,
d5.
I like white's position much better. You know, I feel like white is much better here.
Yeah. And what is the time? Vasily? Ah, no, Giri is thinking.
52 minutes, Giri.
And 37.
Ivanchuk 37 minutes.
What is the move number? Only 13. That's not
Yeah,
good.
it's, Ivanchuk might
So
be
white
the
is
time
better by time and by the
champ.
position.
Yeah, first board.
I don't like it.
I
Okay.
think
Board
Ivanchuk
number
is
2,
in
Korobov
trouble.
Van Valley. We left off in this position. Bishop b7, castle c5, e4. Let me check with the theory. c5 is the main move. Queen e2 is the main, but e4 also possible. C takes d, knight takes d4. Knight c6, one of the main moves. Knight c6, bishop e3, bishop e7.
they play all
Takes,
the,
takes. This
the
is
best
all-
moves.
This is theory, for example,
Mhm.
Ponomarev and Hao was played last year, so, and now f3.
This is also theory.
That's
But the-
Hayrulin Ildar played with white
Ah.
in 2010. That's it. That's the only
Only.
game of strong players, and the castle was the answer there. Actually, I like white's position. Usually, when maybe I'm mistaken, but usually when white in this pawn structure with no C and D pawns, white manages to play e4 and f3. It cuts off two pieces at once, the knight on f6 and the bishop on c6. And I think it brings lasting advantage for white. Actually, white's pieces are on the queen side also not that well placed,
Yeah.
but it will be not, for example,
Queen
now
side, you mean which?
bishop b3 and knight
Ah.
c3 are still not working.
But still knight, he played knight e2, I think.
Queen b8 was played. Strange, a little bit strange move.
Yeah.
Why not castle? Maybe Korobov had an improvement of game by Hayrulin, because in that game castle was played, knight e2, bishop b7, rook c1, rook c8, knight f4, knight's coming to c5, takes, takes. I think white was still better in this position. Knight's coming to c5. Maybe not much, but also the e6 always could be a sacrifice. I think white was better in this game. So Van Valley chose queen b8. That's a novelty, I guess. Queen b8 was played. Rook c1, very natural move. Castle, knight e2, also natural move. Bishop b7, and now bishop f4.
You want
Yes, I was in the playing hall when this position was on the board. At first I thought, well, what about what about queen a7? You know, king h1, rook d8. Why did white give away the diagonal? I couldn't understand why. But then when I looked closer, queen d4 seems to be the answer. I'm not giving away the diagonal. And, well, you don't want your rook on a7, so maybe you would take. But now the e6 will always be an option for white. Some sacrifices. Rook c7 is coming.
You're right.
Not good.
You're not good.
For example, take a look. This is almost loses on the spot, I think.
Yeah.
Looks very bad.
Very bad.
Rook d7 not an option because of check on e6. So that was his idea, you know, queen d4, quite unexpected move, you know, usually with that diagonal you never can play that, but in this case it works. So that was his idea.
Lately this queen d4 move in some variations of Pirch with the f4 variation became very popular.
Oh really?
Yeah, because with the queen d4 there's some kind of good ending in the end.
You mean d takes c5 and
d takes
queen
c5,
d4
queen a5
and queen d4. Yeah, I analyzed that variation.
Yeah,
but I also think white is
and
slightly
this
better.
queen d4 actually normally without if you work with the computer, you find that computer likes such kind of moves.
Oh really?
But
yeah.
human, you know, you never think of this moves.
Yeah.
This queen d4, you know, with
You're
this
not supposed to develop queen in the middle of the board that's full of pieces.
queen d4 or queen d3 kind of moves are like computer moves, you know.
Yeah.
But actually, it's a very good move in this case also, as you shown.
Yeah, for example, queen a7, queen d4, black's in big trouble, I suppose. And e5 was played, but now the bishop where it belongs on b3, and he just goes back. And a5 was played. Black is trying to find some counterplay.
I prefer white's position because it's
Me too.
you know, squares.
But you know, a4 is coming. So I suppose knight g3 is an option here, forcing you to weaken your position with g6. What do you say?
But maybe with g6 he also will play anyway, you know, because he needs some, you know, hole on this.
Maybe. So I think Korobov was choosing.
I'm not sure about this.
Maybe a3, just quiet move.
Yeah, a3 looks like a logical move. You keep.
I also like
keep
white.
the options, you know.
Or all white's pieces are well. The knight on e2 has two
The
options.
only problem here in this position, after a3, if he plays a4,
Yes.
where to go?
Well, that's the idea.
Now b4.
No,
This is the
b4.
problem actually. He has some kind of initiative on this side because bishop a6 will come, and then rook d8
Let's say takes.
takes, bishop takes.
Bishop takes. Maybe some bishop g5. Looks a little bit weird, but
But looks normal because you
want to.
rook d8. Is it possible?
But then you are pinned.
I'm pinned, but we can go there.
I just
Because I have this
No rook
d2,
d2,
but
no.
I don't have rook d2 for the moment.
And now bishop f7 is a threat, or queen c4. That doesn't look good. Maybe bishop a6.
Yeah.
Knight g3 was played, so
Bishop a6 because if you take on f6, queen b6 check, and then take on f6.
even that, yeah.
You see?
So maybe that was the reason he chose knight g3. And g6 looks actually very scary to me. I don't know what about you. For example, g6, I don't know, bishop h6, you go rook d8. Okay, I'm not in time with f4. All right.
No, you want to play f4.
I want to play f4 at some moment, you know, to get to f7.
But this
But maybe now a3, you know, maybe now a3. And if you do the same, I will have bishop
Korobov
g5.
played a3.
No, he played knight g3. This is the position on the board
Maybe
right
it's
now.
a better idea.
So g6, I don't know, looks very risky, but let's take a look at most natural move. a4, I guess this is his idea,
Knight
right?
f5, yes. Now where to go with the bishop? I don't know, f6, maybe g6 has to be played.
Yeah, well, what else? I don't see any other good move.
Yeah, g6, let's see the g6.
Let's see the g6. And now, maybe not a3, maybe a4, more aggressive move. What about a4?
No,
But then the bishop does not belong on a4.
no, because a4 afterwards, bishop maybe a6, I don't know. If you play a4. Or maybe rook d8, and then bishop a6.
Okay, a4 I don't like. I like a3. What do you do? If you do the same, bishop g5 comes with the tempo.
Yeah.
Just I keep the bishop on this diagonal, we cannot do anything about this. And then I'm going bishop h6 and maybe f4. Or bishop g5, annoying pin.
Actually, this black knight, you know, on f6 bothers me.
That's very bad. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's why after f3, e4, it cuts that knight completely, and
Yeah.
it really has problems getting back into the
Yeah.
game. White is clearly
And also
better.
my queen, you know, my queen on b8. As long as you could keep the bishop on e3, where to go with my queen?
Yeah.
I have to lose one tempi with this bishop on a6, then queen somewhere with b7, or bishop c6, but no time.
Doesn't look good.
Well, actually,
I think white is
difficult to
better.
assess. If he doesn't play, yeah, knight g3 is a good move.
I think white
The more I
is,
look, the
white
more
is
I like.
clearly better. White has strong initiative.
Yeah, I like this knight g3 move.
Black is in trouble.
You're right. I agree with you.
Yeah. So Ivanchuk is in trouble on board number 1, as far as we're concerned. And Van Velle is in trouble in board number 2. So Korobov Anton is doing quite a good job. Do you have times? Oh, they have the same time, about 43 minutes
Yeah.
each. So, but it seems to be very unpleasant for black. At least
Okay.
for white, very easy to play, and no, I don't see any risk for white. But
Okay,
I do
Mihail,
see risk for
let's
black.
move on with
Yeah.
Turkey, if you want to Turkey-Russia match again. I think because this battle is heating up in Ipatov-Kramnik. Look
All
at
right.
this position.
So we left off after queen e7, c3 was played, very solid,
Mhm.
queen c2, and long castle.
Yeah, this is actually very interesting now, the match, this game, because after the long castle, it will be a very tactical
Yeah,
game. What do you think?
good job by Ipatov.
Yeah, he wanted to enter to this kind of positions probably,
Yeah,
because in positional play he knows that he doesn't have
yeah,
much chance against Kramnik.
castle. So it seems to be inevitable that black will have to castle. By the way, I really like this maneuver with knight on b3. For example, what to do against knight a5 now? He didn't play it yet, but what about knight a5? For b6, the only move, I guess.
Yeah,
But it's kind of awkward.
he played it
He played it, yeah?
in the
So
game.
played knight fd2, f5, very
Now
aggressive.
he played
f3, forcing the exchange.
take.
c5, black is very aggressive now. Knight a5,
Rook b6, f4.
f4, d5.
But now look at the move Ipatov made. You will be shocked.
Oh my god, what's going on? I am shocked.
Yeah, but I'm not so much shocked, because I think if you take on b4, c takes b4, queen takes b4, knight d b3. Look at the position now. What are you going to do now? And also I'm threatening to play f takes g5
And g4.
and rook h5 probably, I don't know, or g4. It's
What if
actually
I play
positional.
g4?
Yes, this is possible, but now maybe now rook c1 or I don't know.
Well, now you're...
Knight c6, maybe nothing.
No, knight 6, I always say this.
Yes, the queen this is, but
No, it just makes sense to double the rooks on c file,
Yeah.
because that's like where,
yes,
where the battle is. And now black's problem, if black brings the knight to c4, the game would be over, right?
yeah.
But for now, it's really hard to imagine.
But still,
Let's say queen d6.
But still, I don't see much for white. Huh? What do you think? A sacrifice.
White definitely has a compensation.
Yeah,
the knights
it
are
is.
very good.
Maybe he will just exchange the queens and play without this pawn. Queen c7, let's see, queen c7.
Queen c7. Oh, and my bishop is in trouble now.
Yeah, because I have always, if you move the knight, I have knight c5, you know.
Yeah, strong initiative for
Yeah.
white.
Very interesting move.
Very, very interesting move.
But if you play c4, then you just close your options on the queen side. You have no attack anymore, and you will have
Wait
to
a
be
minute, what about black goes g4 and then slowly
then
gets rid
everything
of that knight? No, not get rid, but transfers the bishop to d8, takes that knight and wins it.
This is interesting. But what about a4 now?
But
Then I have
you
king
open-
b2 and rook a1, and then my knight probably will be.
But only black is
Well,
playing
that's
for
still
win
what-
now. Only
Only
black
black
can
can
win,
win.
of course. What can you do? You can't do anything.
So then maybe this is the idea.
Yeah, I think black should go for it. c4
Kramnik is
and
thinking.
g4.
Yeah, actually this is better than
And
taking.
only black can win.
Well,
black-
actually this looks better than taking this pawn,
Yes, indeed.
because no risk at all in this position. But there is only one risk. If you try to move your bishop on d8, what about this h6 pawn?
But you have only one rook attacking it.
I can
Even if you don't,
but I can double
I
it.
can always play king g7, rook h8, or rook f6, and unless you have any sacrifices. But
But I don't have any. I mean, place
I
for
think white
them.
is in trouble.
Look at my knight on d2. I no place for this.
No,
Well, actually, this is a better position for black.
Much
now.
better.
Now I see that c4, g4 is much better actually. I
maybe
guess,
it's holdable.
I guess Ipatov didn't consider this variation. He just considered this taking the pawn. But this position.
Or maybe he evaluated that he would play a4, doubles the rooks on
And then
a5,
it's
puts the knight on f1,
But
and
still,
just
you know, white black still has a chance to play h5, h4.
h4 always a plan.
All
The
that.
knight can
So
come.
who is better now? It's still
Only black.
Black.
Only black can-
is better. Look at the position.
And this
of
is
the-
in Kramnik style, you know, he
Yeah.
slowly improves, you know, the
Black
pieces.
has the space advantage. The d2 knight has no square to go. Bishop e2
Actually,
is bad.
the rule of two weaknesses applies here. The
Yeah.
knight on a5 I would call a weakness because
Yeah.
it cannot escape anywhere, and I will, if I sooner or later, I will transfer the bishop
Yes.
there. And g3 is another square, another weakness on g3. Black can either attack it with the knight or h5, h4 to try to play on both sides of the board.
You're right.
White is in big
I
trouble.
don't like this move at all.
White is in
B4.
big trouble.
I think this b4 move is a blunder.
But what else?
Well,
What else? C4
he
is
takes
coming.
c5 maybe. I don't know. It's much probably better.
But what then? The bishop is so
Well,
powerful.
then this idea of
This
Ipatov, Alexander, is not working.
I honestly I didn't like this f4 move. You know, he does not leave him any chances on white
Why
squares
not
after.
g4 maybe here, but g4 then, I don't know, g4. Is it possible to play
G4. Maybe f4.
f4?
Opening the diagonals for the bishop.
Yes. E takes f4,
4.
rook
Mm.
takes, or but now you have to reckon with g3, f4. It's not
G3.
dangerous, or maybe not.
I am so convinced that black cannot be checkmated with the bishop on g7. Maybe I'm too optimistic, I don't know, but you can hardly do anything about the king side. That is why I preferred
actually
black
this
in the
is-
first place, you know. Usually you never can play like that with the different castles. That's like
Yeah.
usually a game over when the
Yeah,
files
actually
get
this knight a5 idea of, with rook b6, you know, preventing it, doesn't look like a convincing idea. You look at this position. The knight
Yeah, it
on
didn't
a5
work.
is doing nothing,
Didn't
and you
work.
play one piece out of the game after this knight a5. Don't you agree?
Yeah. I think after c4 and g4, Kramnik I think is trying to figure out if he can win that position, you know.
Exactly.
He figures out, let's say let's say, I suppose that is what he can go c takes b4 with complications for
Yeah.
3 results possible.
Yeah.
He can go c4 where only 2 results
Well,
are possible, but he's trying to figure out what if white plays king b2, rook a1, rook a3,
Yeah.
doubles the rooks.
But still,
Knight goes to f1 and he just stays like that.
Yes,
Can I
you're
win
right.
it? And he's
You're
trying
right.
to figure it out.
but I'm still pretty sure that it suits better to Kramnik style.
Yeah.
He played one move. What did he play? Let's see. I
I
guess
don't
he
see.
played c4 because he didn't take any pawns. I didn't see him taking pawns.
Yeah, I think he played c4.
He played c4. For sure, he will play c4.
Yeah, bishop moved back to
You
e2.
see? Actually,
That's bad.
this is bad for white now.
Very bad for white.
Unfortunately, Alexander.
Maybe objectively in this
Yeah.
position it was the best chance, because well, what else can you do? Black is going g4 on next move anyway, and at least you close the queen side
Yeah.
and you will not get checkmated.
Maybe you're right. But
So,
before he played
but-
this knight a5, actually idea, he should have thought about it. You know, what if
Unfortunately,
he goes
he didn't.
c4 and then g4,
Mm.
and then slowly the bishop d8. I mean, strategically, black is much better.
Yeah,
White has nothing to do but wait.
yeah. Let's see if Vladimir plays g. He's not playing g4. He plays knight f6. Interesting.
This
He
is
played
interesting.
c4
And
and
not
he
play-
keeps this tension. He played knight
This
f6.
is really interesting. Why he plays this way? I don't understand this. I really don't understand.
Maybe he's not afraid of g4 because
But he is not afraid of f takes g5 also?
no, but if you take and don't play, I'd play g4 on next move and you're lost strategically.
Uh-huh.
You have all the
You're right.
weaknesses. But here g4.
But I can go g4. Knight e4 maybe.
Or maybe he considers that he's not going to be worse with this knight on a5 out of the game. I don't know. Or maybe he realized that after g4 that would be extremely hard to win. That's also a possibility, you know.
But still, you give your opponent some tactical chances here after knight f6.
I think he calculated pretty well.
Let's see, f takes g5.
f seems like the only way
And
to
g4.
to
Yeah.
sorry, what?
Take and g4.
Takes and g4.
Only way to play for
To
white.
complicate
yes.
stuff, yes. Maybe I can ignore it? Is it an option? Let's say
you want to ignore.
if you take, I take with the e pawn and then my rook comes to e6 and your
What
pawn
are
is
you
weak.
going to play now? Knight e4?
I'm thinking about knight e4. Yes, let's try knight e4. Well, if you take, that is just... Oh, that's
Why not?
still not...
Still not so much. I mean,
Rook
maybe
h5.
rook h5. But then you have to deal
I
with
have
this.
bishop d7, bishop e8.
Yes, also we have to deal with this rook f2. You know.
No, this is horrible for white. Take a look. Just take
it's
a look.
not a good idea.
The bishop is not working. The knight and black will always have a plan of
You're
e5
right.
in
You're
the
right.
future, and the f file.
I don't
and the-
like it neither.
So maybe not take, but what else? Knight f2 is coming. Knight g3 is coming. This is just very bad for white. Very bad for white.
Yeah. G takes f5.
E takes f5. Okay, I could go for oh, maybe I can't. Okay, I just keep it safe.
G takes f5. E takes f5.
You know why he didn't close the king side, in my
Why?
opinion? Because there is a knight on a5 completely out of play,
You're right.
and he just wants to open the position on the king side
also this
to
rook,
transfer the
look at
game to
this
the
rook
other
now on
pawn.
b6.
It's
he will just
excellent
go
to
yeah.
e6 and then win the pawn.
Yeah, well, actually, it's a
That's
good move.
horrible.
Horrible.
So it turns out that he wants white to play on the king side because he's one extra piece on that part of the board, and white has weaknesses.
I totally agree.
And
with
the
you.
king is safe in this position for black.
Yeah.
And if white is not going to do that, then why would I play g4 in this position?
Now the captain of Russia, Dohoyan, Yuri Dohoyan, is watching the game.
Yeah.
He is probably thinking Kramnik is doing fine.
More than fine, I
Yeah.
would say. I think white is in big trouble.
Okay. Let's go to second board.
Karyakin Solak.
Karyakin's game, which he
So,
played with this.
We evaluated that after he played knight b7. I wonder why didn't he play a5 in this position?
Yeah, actually, probably.
What didn't he like about it? Maybe he just didn't like, you know,
He
rook
probably-
b1, bishop d2.
Yeah, also
And
this
then-
e5 idea probably will be a bit.
Maybe he decides to push e5 as quickly
Yeah.
as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because indeed, if black plays a5, it can prevent this e5. I don't know, with even h3. So if you take, I take like that, and my next move is f4, and I blocked your counterplay, and the pawn on a5 would fall eventually.
Yeah.
So that's why he wanted to do it quickly, but now a5, and we have a weakness forever. e5, queen c7, bishop h3. Interesting.
Interesting.
Why to h3?
Right,
Why not to some e2 or somewhere? What's the difference? Maybe he anticipates the knight coming to e6. You know, let's say knight f8, knight e6 at some point.
Also, in some variations, yes, he wants to go to rook b1, rook b6, maybe.
Maybe, but you know, not a common square for the bishop. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
but it's very active there.
Yeah, yeah, because but the pawn on a6. That's a little.
The pawn, bishop d3 you will play.
Or bishop e2, or so. Maybe he wanted to keep the bishop near his king, just in case some counterplay.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think all of the moves with the bishops are quite decent here.
Quite decent, yeah.
Castle, castle, and now the weakness.
But I think he will sacrifice this rook on b5.
Yeah.
I don't see any other choice here. No, he will.
This is the position
He
on
will
the board.
sacrifice this. But is there enough compensation? I don't think so.
Me neither. If he takes with the c pawn, the pawn on d5 becomes very
Yeah.
weak and he loses. If he takes with the a pawn becomes very powerful. If he moves the rook, if he moves the c6 pawn is falling.
Yeah.
Rook takes, oh sorry, the rook on,
There is
so let's take a look at
rook
rook
takes
c5.
e5.
Is,
This move, and then what?
and then take, where is the rook going? No place.
No place for the rook.
Rook c3 and bishop b2.
Also bishop, yeah, okay.
Sorry, bishop b2, queen g5. Go back, and like this. I just captured that rook. So what else? But otherwise
Well,
the pawn on
maybe
c6
he will
is
play rook
falling.
c5, you're right. No
C5
other
bishop.
move.
But what about that pawn on c6 and a6? just looks like losing.
Here also there is queen d4, interesting.
Here,
Maybe not, because you have check.
I have a check. My rook is
it's not a
protected.
good idea.
No, but I think actually white is just winning. 96. Okay. Yeah, indeed, it's better to give the rook for the white square
Yeah.
bishop, because at least then the king would be vulnerable. So
If he takes, also he takes c takes b5 and knight takes c5,
c takes b5,
and
queen.
then maybe queen g5 check, or maybe.
Oh, there's always rook d8. Okay, maybe it's. But
There's
taking
also-
with the c pawn. But oh, wait a minute. What about a takes b?
This is also possible. Where to go with the queen?
Let's say queen c2.
c2, but this rook is hanging.
Oh, I forgot about the rook. Yeah,
Some composition for black.
yes it is. The king is a little bit not well placed, awkward. He can hide on e2 if anything. So.
What about
Oh, but
f4
take a
here?
look. The knight. If play some moves like that, the knight is coming to a4. Let's say bishop a3, knight is coming here. Just very approximate variation.
Yeah,
And I'm not sure who's better.
you're right. It's actually dangerous for White to play such kind of.
Queen f4 here.
F4. I was thinking of playing F4.
Yes. But on the other hand, you would give away the bishop now, and you will have some weak squares. Let's say Queen f5. And now I will always have some kind of perpetuals,
check, yeah?
annoying checks, forcing you to go
this
to
is also
e1.
not a good idea.
Wow, I think black is doing fine.
Well, actually,
Yeah,
I
I'm
agree.
actually reconsidering.
You're right. Now probably
What to do if not to take on
some place
b5?
White didn't play, very accurately. I don't know where. We have to check this, but anyway, let's move.
But I think
another-
decent compensation
Yeah,
for
I agree with
Karakin.
you.
He is thinking deeply, but it's highly unclear. Anyone could win, actually.
Yeah.
But on the first board, Ipatov is in big trouble. So,
Okay.
okay. So what do you say we look at maybe Armenia, Germany?
Yeah.
Armenia. Sure. And maybe you take a look at some other boards which we haven't considered, board numbers 3 and 4. Maybe some interesting things are going on. So, all right.
I
Mayer.
was trying to find out what's happening on Yilmaz Nepomniachtchi match, because Yilmaz lost the match very quickly with white pieces.
Already we have a
I
result.
don't understand this, how it happened this, because he had a good position.
I think he was when
He had a good position.
during the break I went downstairs and he was having like 40 minutes on his clock, and Nepomniachtchi had 1 hour and 25 minutes. So
Can
it
we
was
see this game?
Wait a minute, I played this variation. Bishop e7. Usually
This looks like a Botvinnik variation.
Usually
like
bishop
to play
d7
Botvinnik,
is
yeah.
mad because this
Yeah,
is
bishop
considered
takes
not very
e6.
good. But I think Nepomniachtchi prepared it very well. Knight is coming to d4, and this was the position on the board. And Nepomniachtchi didn't spend a minute, I think, and Yilmaz spent like half of his time. So he got just cut up in the variation. And actually, I don't know. Let me check if it's a theoretical position. No games were found. What about a few moves back? No. Oh yes, Queen d7 was never played. Queen d7, maybe that's not on the sheet.
Actually,
Bishop
move
d7 was
never
played. Yeah, it actually makes sense because black can always think about h5, h4, and the queen comes to h3.
Yeah.
So knight, very natural moves for black, very
Yeah.
natural. Takes knight d1, but this is just horrible. Just two bishops, open position. Okay, there is some outpost on c4, but it's only for one knight, and the king is just in big trouble.
So what is this? I don't understand.
Oh,
Rook
it's
e1.
just even a blunder. Wow.
Rook e1 is a big mistake.
Q1. Maybe he touched the rook. Is that possible?
I don't understand this rook e1.
But this is lost anyway. The knight is in trouble. Queen b4 is a threat anyway.
Is it so easy?
I think this is just game over.
Now a3 maybe?
a3, a3, bishop h3, rook e1, takes.
Looks very bad.
This is just lost. Take a look at white's knights.
You're right.
Sad, very sad.
Well, actually, this opening, from Yilmaz.
Actually, I'm not really surprised because, you know, I played myself this variation for black, and I always met knight d2 with bishop d7. Because
you know what strikes me here, Mihail? Yilmaz is a tactical player. He likes to play aggressive style. But when he opens this c4, you have to know these variations very well. And these are all positional games.
Yes, I do. Yes.
So if you make one mistake, your position is getting spoiled. And also, if you are a tactical player, you don't play c4, you play e4.
Yeah.
Look at this game. He lost in how many moves? We call it
20 moves.
miniature, miniature. We call
Yeah.
it. I don't understand this. So there's a problem with this opening's choice.
Maybe.
And also opening's preparation for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
That would be Miroshnichenko's problem to solve. To note, yeah.
After that game, actually.
Mm.
Anyway, let's move on. They tell us to give a break for a while.
Okay.
Okay.
So
maybe
far only one result.
maybe we can have Nepomniachtchi here
If he's still
after
in,
the break,
if he's still
together
around.
with us, to analyze this very short game. But actually, as the opening phase, there are some novelties, you know.
Yeah.
Queen d7, which is interesting.
I don't think he will
Maybe
tell
you
us much about it, but
Well, after that game, people will just analyze it. So I don't think he has anything to lose. He already played this.
yeah, but maybe he has some
We'll
extra
ask him-
ideas.
we'll ask him to
If
show.
he comes, maybe he's already
okay.
went to relax. All right, so we go for a break, for a short break, and we will
Stay
see.
with us.
Stay with
So we'll have some guests with us after this break.
We hope so. Yeah.
Because the game started to finish off, so
Yeah.
we will call them to come here and to analyze their games for us.
See you soon.
See you.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, we are back live on our transmission. We were just walking around the playing area. And
Yeah.
you told me there are many interesting matches going on. So we wanted to start with Aronian's game,
Yeah.
which became really very tactical game.
So it was very solid, and
Yeah.
suddenly you would see what happened there. So B5, B4, we left off at that position, and A4, very creative approach by Aronian, don't you think?
Exactly.
Avoiding the exchange of bishops, though that pawn might be a problem in the future, but for now the bishop is alive. C5 was played, bishop moved to E7, knight moved to H1, some strange maneuvers going on. Knight E4, knight F2, bishop H4, forcing G3, weakened the position, went back. Bishop goes back to E2. It would appear white is already in trouble. Because I think B5 could be even met with maybe capture even at some point. So bishop E2, what's the idea? Takes, and G5. The idea is white wants to capture now on E4. That's what I think. So he doesn't want to lose the tempo. And doesn't let the bishop on H5.
Yeah,
So
and this exactly this the last
yeah,
thing.
takes and G5, and black is quicker with his counterplay, and now he decided to take. Takes, H4, bishop moves, and E4.
This H4 actually looks like a weakening.
Really, it looks really weakening,
Look
but
at this G3 pawn now.
yes, but it's very precise
Yeah, he
approach,
made some
you know.
kind of tactical approach. H4 and E4, very interesting.
Strange, why didn't he just go, I don't know, rook B1 and king H1? What was he scared of? G takes F, always E takes F. Maybe he thought he was better. For example, let me, oh, sorry. Was it necessary? Maybe he thought he was better, maybe he missed something. But for example, I play rook B1. Okay, I want to go B5. I guess black goes rook G8.
Yeah.
And let's say I go rook H1, just in case.
To attack the white's position, yes. Black is not so easy for black to attack this
Yeah.
position. What do you think, Mihail?
Yes, I don't know.
I also
Maybe the problem is that every time you go B5, I take. You take with the bishop, and suddenly I will have some knight G4 coming.
Yes,
after
maybe
bishop
that's
E.
why it
Maybe
was
that
like
was the reason. Maybe I don't know. I don't think it was necessary to do such extraordinary measures. Don't you think?
Also, you may be mistaken about this variation. Very tactical game going on now.
Yes, takes,
We'll
takes,
see-
H4,
we'll see knight
E4,
moves,
knight is
yes.
hanging, knight moves, E takes F, knight takes. Maybe it's not bad. Let's take a
Yeah.
look what happened. F takes E, bishop G6, activating the bishop, bishop D3.
I was wondering why black didn't play instead of bishop G6, bishop D4 here. Because of bishop G5?
No, I think bishop C3.
Bishop C3. I missed this bishop C3. You're right. Bishop
We're
C3. Very
all
simple.
pinned, but I'm...
Actually, bishop C3.
yeah.
You're right.
So bishop g6 and bishop d3 unexpected.
This
The thing is,
also very
now
unexpected.
bishop c3 doesn't work, always d4.
Yeah.
So if white doesn't do anything immediately, white would just be collapsed. The d pawn is strong, the e6 pawn would fall.
Yeah.
So white needs to do something quick, because if he does some normal moves, he would be in trouble. So bishop d3. Nice move.
Now he also
Queen c7.
Black cannot take on g3 because there is e7.
Oh yeah,
This is also very.
e7 you see. I thought rook f8, queen g3.
Rook f8 also is.
King
is
g3,
alright.
yeah.
Rook f8 is much
And
better.
the trick is, if rook takes f2 first, then queen e5 check.
Check. And
Queen
then
f6 takes,
takes.
and bishop c3,
Exactly.
winning back the exchange.
And the game.
Yeah. So bishop g6, bishop d3, queen c7 was quickly played by
Yes.
Aronian. Bishop takes, and
What is he thinking? To
oh,
take on
Aronian is
G3?
thinking. He's considering taking on
To
g3
play
or on
d4.
f2 or bishop d4. So many options.
But bishop d4 is.
Actually, Meyer is in kind of time trouble now. It's move number 30, and he has about not so much, 16 minutes on the clock. But it's very easy to miss something in this sort of
But
position.
in this position, it may turn out that white is better.
May turn out, yeah.
Look
But
at
I still think black should be better. Let's analyze. Bishop d4 makes most sense, but now bishop f7.
Oh.
I just cut off everything. Queen g3,
G3.
king f1, game over.
Game over.
Well, what your rooks are not working.
And
I'm-
e7 maybe next threat.
just I'm piece up.
Yes,
That's
you're
it.
right.
So bishop d4 doesn't work. What else? I guess same reason applies for this move. Oh, there is big diagonal. It's just not right. I can just checkmate you very quickly like that. So it just doesn't work. Bishop g3. What else? Rook takes f2 is a move also. Well, taking with the king loses. But maybe there is some intermediate. No. Because if maybe taking with the queen, h takes g. Bishop f4.
I don't know.
I need to get rid of this bishop.
Difficult to decide here.
Maybe rook e1.
But white is better here.
Seems to be white is better. If you
Yeah.
go rook e8, I may just be winning here. Right?
Yeah, it looks like.
Looks like winning. Or
So
maybe
Aronian
might be or maybe he's better. You know, if white doesn't play. So
What did he play?
maybe Meyer offered a draw. That's also an assumption.
I
That's
don't
why
think so.
so. But what is it? Doesn't he
What did
like
he play?
about
He
the?
played something.
Aronian played the move. We don't see it yet. There is a bishop on g6
He
standing.
didn't take on g6.
He did not take. What did he do? Rook is on f8. What did he do? He played bishop d4.
Very
Oh my
interesting.
God. What about bishop f7? What did we miss? Maybe he goes for some kind of perpetual.
Is it perpetual?
I'm looking for one.
And also there is bishop c3, as you mentioned. No, bishop c3 doesn't work because queen g3.
Queen g3, yes. Let's take a look. So, maybe there is a perpetual check. Queen h3. Let's find the perpetual first, and then maybe look
Yeah,
for a win.
let's see.
So if rook g2, then I go back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, bishop f7 was played. Aronian is thinking. Well, obviously he has to take.
Yeah.
I don't see any other options. Do you?
No.
No. So queen g3.
King f1.
Wait a minute, what about king h1?
But it's the same. King h3, rook h3, queen h3 check.
And you have a
I
perpetual.
have the perpetual.
Okay, but clearly black is struggling for a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree?
I agree. So he missed this idea.
Well, maybe
H4
king
and
h1
E4.
doesn't work, just bishop f2. I thought maybe I got something on big diagonal, but I don't, oh wait, I'm just winning.
How do you win?
I win the queen.
It's mate on h3 check.
No, but if you take the rook, that's just game over. That's it.
Ah, okay.
So you cannot take neither with, so you have to do this check, and if rook h2,
And
this
then
is
check.
this is
Yes,
perpetual.
This is perpetual.
So king h1 leads to perpetual at least, not at least, perpetual. What about king f1? Do black have perpetual here? I thought queen h3, but now king e2,
What now?
I don't see a perpetual.
Queen g4.
Queen g4, king d3. If bishop takes, queen e4, just the king escaping.
Queen c4. Queen b3.
Ah, yeah.
And then the
That
rook.
maybe he just came up with this perpetual. Let's take a closer look. So king d3 forces bishop f2. Wait a minute. Queen e5. Oh, but there's always d4. Queen e5, queen g7, bishop c3, and d4. Doesn't work. So, and this is clearly a perpetual. So this is a draw, but black is suffering. So, and if rook g2, then queen f3, and I thought about queen f2, but it just shouldn't be working. I don't know. It just shouldn't work. Sorry. Just no, this doesn't work. I always have this, and I will always have d4. This shouldn't work. I don't believe it. So, rook g8. Oh my God, how did we miss that?
He played rook?
He played rook g8. We thought we cut off the rooks, but we didn't. He plays for a win. Yes, this is the position on the board. King f1 was played. Oh yes, take a look. Let's check. Maybe king h1. If rook g8 is so good, maybe king h1 was
But
stronger.
I don't understand the rook g8. What do you trade? What is your trade?
Not much.
I don't understand. There are so many moves here.
Maybe queen d3 is the threat, and queen e2, queen h3.
What I take now is g8. Let's
You
see.
take on g8. I take with the rook.
Yes.
Maybe this is gambling at his at White's time trouble.
Now he wants queen d3 check.
Yeah.
Oh, the queen d3, queen e2, queen h3.
Yes.
And then rook
King g1.
rook g1.
And rook f1. Still
Rook f1, then again queen g3.
king
check.
d1.
King d1, rook b3. Queen,
Queen
b3.
b3, rook c2. And maybe I'm escaping. So, but okay, but let's once more check if there is a threat for black to win here.
But what about bishop g5?
Oh, wait a minute. I found the threat. If you do a dull move h5, take a look. Boom.
Ah, yes.
Isn't
Okay,
it beautiful?
beautiful, but I don't. What about bishop g5?
So clearly queen d3 is a threat, just winning on the spot.
Okay, bishop g5, let's see.
Bishop g5. Bishop g5.
Queen d3 again, or queen h3? Queen h3.
Just indeed, bishop g5 looks so good.
Queen d3, check.
Doesn't
Queen
look right.
e2.
I even can maybe go there.
You can go there.
What is this? Bishop g5. What are we missing? I don't see anything.
Well, I don't understand. I really don't understand. Rook up for the moment.
I think he's gambling.
Well, probably he was
Or maybe it's a desperation. Wait a second.
desperation, maybe.
Maybe we consider maybe we were mistaken. Maybe there is no draw after this. Takes, king d2. What did we consider here? Queen g4?
Queen g4.
Queen g4. And if king d3, bishop f2.
Maybe this is losing, yeah? What do you think? Queen f3, bishop f2, bishop...
I'm considering rook f3. But you go here. And now king d3 maybe. Could that be working?
I don't like this. Why? You are taking on me?
But maybe it's the same perpetual.
How?
Queen c4, queen b3.
But then it goes back now. King d3 or king d3, king f2.
But now queen e6 is not an option. I'm gonna give you some checks. And then rook g8 if you go to the g file. So that might just be a draw. But hold on a second. King d3, we considered this move. And I still think this could be the truth. The bishop c3 feels like the only move, d4, right? Then I take, and take.
And this is winning?
I don't know, king coming to e5.
No,
You would
can sacrifice on f7.
Yeah, but then rook
One
endgame would be
draw.
what? Bad. You take now?
f7, yes.
Takes.
Why bet? I don't understand. I don't think it's bet for white. For black.
I thought I can do something on the queen side. I don't know.
No, but this is, I don't think.
No, but it feels like it feels like this could be. This is white to move.
It's very dangerous.
Oh, wait a minute. I give check first.
Okay.
You go d4 and now I take. Game over. Ah, not game over. D takes c. Yes, d takes c.
e7.
e7. I missed that move. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I can go rook g1. No, rook d8. e7. No, e7. Check.
No, yes.
Wait a minute.
It's not
Let's
right.
continue. There's still a linear checkmate over there.
Ah, yes.
Not linear, diagonal. Maybe rook g8 is a desperation. So rook g8, let's take a look what Meyer is thinking.
She has 7.5 minutes. For how many moves?
About 10 moves. No, 8 moves. 8 moves to go. So what's the idea? Takes, the most natural. Rook takes, right? Anything else doesn't make sense. Bishop g5.
I'm thinking, I don't see anything. It's losing, I think. Unless we miss something very easy.
I think we missed something, but
Are you sure?
bishop takes. King
Maybe
takes.
I-
Maybe king takes. Now bishop f2 is a
Alright.
threat. Bishop f2 and rook f8, if you let me. But it
Rook
looks
g2 now.
rook g2, rook f8.
Rook g2, rook f8, yes.
So I want to go bishop takes f2 now. What do you do about it?
e7.
e7. Yeah, looks winning.
Move.
So rook takes g8 and bishop g5. Hold on a second. Hold on, I'm considering to take.
He played something. Let's see.
No, it's his move.
Well, it's actually...
Oh, Aronian's move.
Aronian.
Let's. I think maybe that could be a perpetual. No, it can't.
What did he play?
Do you see
Bishop takes
any?
G8? No, there's nothing on G8.
We cannot see the move yet.
Maybe it will come through.
Bishop G5 right away.
Ah. Well, he didn't want to take.
He didn't want to. That rook is not going anywhere. Is it so?
Maybe it's the same.
I don't know. It feels like Aronian is losing.
Well, I agree with you. Aronian made some mistake on his calculation. Looks like he's losing.
Unless there is some kind of perpetual. For example, I take on G5.
This will be the surprise of today, actually. This kind of positions in Aronian's actually taste, but
No, but this just loses.
yeah.
Feels like Aronian is losing.
Well, okay, let's move on.
Wow, maybe he was not ready for this one coming.
Well, I don't know. It's
Oh, maybe this
Or-
was excellent for white. Take
yes,
a look.
maybe he made an excellent combination with this E4 and
Why
E3.
bishop d4? Maybe what did he miss bishop f7? I don't believe it. What about h takes g? Was it maybe it was so bad that he
It was
decided
very
to
bad.
go
Yeah.
desperate? But
I
what
think so.
what do you do here?
What do I do?
Yes, it's not that bad.
Maybe let's say rook takes rook,
Then-
queen E3. I'm just thinking what are you going to play? I want to do check on H6 and I want to play rook
Mm-hmm.
on E1.
Mm-hmm. Maybe king h7. Oh, sorry. Doesn't help. What about this move? Is it losing on the spot?
Well, looks like losing on the spot because there is also bishop C3 check.
King h7.
Or if I give check queen h7, king rook queen
King g8.
queen
Queen
h6.
h6.
What are you doing?
King g8. Or maybe this. It's just bishops.
Also take on g6. Why not take
Takes.
on g6?
Queen g7.
Queen g7. Well, how many pawns? Take,
Only
take
one.
bishop g5. Is it still winning? No. Looks like winning.
I'm not sure you don't have e1 square, but
But I
maybe.
have this e7. I will push e7 and then go with the king. How are you going to
Maybe if I exchange your bishop.
e7?
Oh, and I don't have bishop c1.
Yes.
Yeah, e7 wins. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it was so bad.
Yeah.
Maybe he just underestimated all this idea. You know, it's actually very easy to miss. You know, you don't expect f takes g.
Yeah.
Like never. Why? This is not good.
He played again. Let's see what he played. h6. Interesting. We found an interesting plan.
But I think it's a desperation. I don't know.
I think so.
Okay, maybe he just wanted to complicate stuff in his opponent's time trouble in a very bad position. That's what you do.
Now I think pretty sure bishop takes g8
Yes.
and then e7. I like this.
Can I take on g5? Does it make any sense? I guess no. Rook takes. And e7?
e7.
What if I take?
If you take,
Oh, bishop f6, intermediate check, sorry.
is it winning? Bishop f6.
Brilliant, and queen f2.
Ah, yes. But
Maybe it's
queen
not over,
d3.
queen d3. Mm-hmm.
But so what? Queen d3 and then
King e1.
king e1. I think this is winning.
And the pawn on e7,
Yeah.
yeah, this is. So bishop f2 doesn't work. Takes e7. So you are threatening to queen the pawn. What if I go queen h3 check? What do you do?
Yeah, this is
If king e2, the
dangerous,
pawn is not
actually.
promoting
Yeah,
yet.
this is dangerous actually. Now h takes g5.
King e2, h takes g. Still looks like winning to me.
Rook f8.
Rook f8, yes indeed.
But now there might perpetual with rook queen e3.
Queen e3, king t1. There is no check on f1.
Queen b3. No, I don't see anything.
Feels like absolutely winning for white, but in time trouble anything could happen.
Late again?
Yes, he made a move.
What did he do?
Again I see a bishop on f7. What did he do? Rook d1. Interesting. Rook d1. Makes sense. Wait, what about queen h3 now? King e2. Rook d1. What to do for black?
No, I don't understand. He doesn't take anything.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I don't know why neither. He doesn't want to take anything.
He's afraid that white that black may use the f file if he takes on g8. Maybe he
Look
thinks.
at the time also.
Yeah.
2 minutes, 24 seconds.
So
This
what?
is
What?
getting actually weird. This he thought. I mean, for such a long time he didn't. He decided not to take.
But what to do for black?
Yeah, this is actually
Maybe just take
Maybe,
everything,
yeah.
you know.
take on f2.
But there's always bishop
Yeah,
f6
yeah.
check.
Ah, yes. This is very strong actually. Maybe he thought about this move. Queen h3 check.
King e2.
Queen g2.
Quick king
Rook-
e1.
rook
Sorry,
g2.
king e1.
Rook g2. Oh no, rook g2 not now. Rook g2.
Yeah, maybe now. Maybe now.
Rook g2. Yes, rook g2.
Strangely enough, there is no check. So what? Maybe bishop takes f2 is possible.
Let's continue. Queen takes.
You want a
King
queen
G2.
takes here.
Yeah.
Takes.
Takes. Oh. I don't think this is winning.
No, this is not nearly winning.
Well,
Maybe this is.
I don't understand how come he played like this.
Maybe he thought there is bishop f6 intermediate move. Let's give it another try. Takes. So I can take on g8 if I want to. Let me take and take here. Wait a minute, maybe you can take and go and do this.
Yes. Of course you can. I think this is not winning now.
Yeah,
He missed it.
it's quite easy to miss. But still, maybe queen h3 is still working. This and rook g2. But now the e-pawn.
This is too optimistic. The e-pawn.
I don't know, but queen
Maybe
h1
this
is coming.
This is also winning.
For who?
This is for black is winning maybe.
No, but after.
Queen takes e6 is the threat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So rook d1 doesn't look good, actually.
Rook d1.
Rook d1 doesn't
this,
look good.
This might be the mistake of
Are we not
this
thinking?
game.
Because this one looks winning. What did we?
Kramnik came, now he's looking at this game.
Maybe we'll leave them at the moment,
okay.
just to
Because
quickly.
now I think, let's see, Naidic Akopyan.
No, but that's board number 3. Let's take a look. Movsisyan Friedman.
Movsisyan Friedman.
What do we have? b4. Black is better. Two bishops.
Yeah,
Pressure.
Pressure.
Movsisyan is
Movsisyan
worse.
position is actually worse.
Yes. So.
Actually, Armenia is in trouble. Looks like in trouble.
Yeah.
If Aronian loses this game,
Mhm.
Also, Movsesyan is in trouble. I don't see.
Let's take a quick look at Netherlands-Ukraine.
Okay.
Netherlands-Ukraine.
The of the tournament. What
So
are they
what
doing?
had happened here on the first board? The position we analyzed, rook a1 was played and queen b8. I think it's a deep move. Knight d5 and knight c5. Indeed, knight can be transferred to e6 through c5.
Probably this was the only option.
Yeah,
Because
takes,
others
takes,
were
takes,
very bad.
takes.
But this taking on f6, I don't understand. And then there is no advantage. I don't see any advantage on taking on.
But maybe he was afraid that that knight would move and then black would push c6 himself.
Yes, sure, but
And that knight
for
would come
example,
to...
if I go bishop g5 here.
As the e4 pawn is hanging, that's the problem.
Ah, no, he's attacking e4.
So,
Ah.
and he didn't want...
To play knight d2, bishop
Bec-
takes c5.
No, knight is coming to e6, so he wants to prevent it. But now if he doesn't take on f6, that knight would move to d7, then to f8, and to e6. This knight from d5 would be kicked away, and black would be better. So
Ivanchuk found a good idea.
takes, and actually I was quite pessimistic about Vasily's position right here. It looks that bishops are going to get exchanged, and white would be clearly better. But bishop g4, excellent move. And I was actually surprised that Giri let black exchange.
This knight.
This
Yes.
would happen. And now with the d4 square,
d4 square.
only black could be better,
he
but
didn't
probably still a draw.
Draw,
But
yeah.
couldn't he play, I don't know, knight g1, followed by bishop h3, and then going back with the knight to c3? Was it an
Also
option?
even knight d2.
Yeah, knight d2, bishop e2. So it's
Ah, knight
unfortunately
d2,
a
bishop
blunder,
d2,
yeah.
knight g1 only move.
Knight g1 and bishop h3 is coming. What didn't he like about it? For example, rook d8. Let's say takes, and bishop h3. Exchanging the bishops. And then knight goes back.
Maybe he's taking this d file.
Rook d6,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I will well control it, wouldn't I?
But what are you going to do later on? What's your plan?
I'm not the king, comes to e2, then I exchange the rooks. Maybe that's still a draw, but the knight is better than the bishop here. So I don't know, maybe there was something concrete here about knight g1 that he didn't like. But he played bishop h3 very quickly. That was my surprise, you know. Because now takes, the rook's coming
He
here.
wants to make draw.
Okay, maybe he just wanted not more than a draw. Yeah, so, and this is clearly a way.
Actually, he found a very good plan actually. Maybe the only plan in the...
So take a look, he sacrifices a pawn, I think.
Who?
Giri. Queen f3 was
He
played.
wants to play bishop c4.
King g7 would be the answer, I guess.
Actually, this is a good move.
Or maybe just c6 and bishop b5, and it's just
He
a
can also
fortress.
give up this pawn, you just
Yeah,
bishop
maybe.
c4. Doesn't mean anything, this pawn. What's the importance of this pawn? I don't
Yeah,
see a way
yeah,
for
that's a
Link
draw.
to make
That's a draw. Yeah. So he just wanted a draw. Yeah, I agree.
So did you see the last position? Look. Continue.
Wait a minute.
Change.
Again, we have different
Yeah,
colored
yeah.
bishops with the distant passed pawn. So c6, as I predicted. Queen c3 takes, bishop e7, bishop c5. King is coming.
Still some chances for black, looks like, because of this pawn on c3.
And
And the pawns on the king side are on the black squares. And if you approach the king towards the c3 pawn, and he will start to attack these pawns.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually, if
Still
has
some-
chances, is the
Of
black,
course, of course. But I'm pretty sure that should be a draw somehow. I don't know.
But Giri, I think he wants to make draw, and then as we said, if you play to draw again,
Like
then
Berisha
you
Sen did.
always, yes.
You don't look for best
Also-
options, you
also
look for
Ivan-
safe options.
Kankin did the same to Ivanchuk.
Oh yes, he wanted
Totally
to.
equal position, but he lost.
Yeah. Actually, it's not that easy to make a draw. If the king cannot
Yes.
leave
He
the
likes
pawns,
This kind of positions actually, Ivanchuk.
there is still an idea if bishop moves, white can play b4 and get some counterplay with the a pawn. But
But this bishop always controls a7 square, so
yeah.
I don't think this is a big problem.
But what to do? Black's gonna play bishop d4
Yeah.
and run with the king to
Yes,
b2.
Yes.
Hopefully.
And also f6, g5 is another threat. because if you don't take, I take on h4 and then I will come to bishop e7 and another postpone
Yeah.
on the h5.
Yeah. Actually, it's not
What
that
are you
easy.
going
It's
to
far
do
from
with
being a draw. It's far from, unless he comes up with some fortress, you know, maybe f3 next move, and then g4.
Well, my idea is to play f6, g5.
So what do you do? King e7.
Yes.
Let's say f3. I'm not sure about
Let's
this
see,
move yet.
f6,
f6.
g4 you play.
Let's say g4.
Can I
But
play
now you
g5?
have g5.
Now this is dangerous, you see.
But on the other hand, don't forget about my a pawn. I'm gonna take,
But now
You go
just
here.
take it.
and I
And
go
I lost the pawn.
takes,
Maybe
and
this
I go
doesn't
back.
work.
And
But maybe it worked. King g5.
no, h3, of course. You need to cut me off.
Why not? Why king g5? I come to this part of the board.
But who would control the g pawn? Your bishop. But then
My
I go
bishop.
b4
But
myself.
now who will control my b3?
I don't know.
Let's see, let's see.
Yeah, king e7 was played. So this is
really
far from being a draw, at
dangerous
least.
for black, for white.
Maybe Giri came up with some idea, I don't know, but
I
it
don't
still
know.
looks quite dangerous.
Okay, let's check Korobov, Van Veli.
Korobov, Van Veli.
This is also a very complicated position.
We left off at this position, and he played queen e2. I don't know why he didn't play h3. Seems like a very natural move. Bishop c8, bishop d3. He puts the pressure on b5 pawn. Rook d1, finishing the development. Rook d8, and knight's coming.
But
Oh, it seemed black is fine already, don't you think?
yeah, but I don't believe this G3 F4 idea from Korobov's side. Looks a
But
bit artificial.
what can you do? What else can you do?
Then it doesn't work. This. I mean,
That's why I think maybe a3 was
black is
better.
totally fine here.
I think a3 was better. Leaves the bishop on that diagonal, but
Look at this position. Van Veli is really good
finally the knight from f6 arrived.
and a very good outpost on D4.
Actually, white could be in
Everything is
trouble
working
already.
Very well. We can double the rooks on the D file.
And Korobov has only 3 minutes on his clock.
Korobov is in big trouble here, as far as I see.
12 moves left.
Actually, this idea of G3, F4.
Wait a minute, let's give it another shot. I'm going G4. Oh, it's a blunder. Bishop takes. See a trick.
Big trouble.
Wait a minute. I don't agree, at least for the moment. What do you do? King
What do you
G2.
do?
G4, my next move. G5. That's my plan.
How many moves now?
Oh, a lot of moves left.
40. A lot of moves?
Yeah. Yeah, but you go something like rook d6. And
Yes, what I was looking. Rook E6, and what are you going to do now? There are lots of threats.
Wait a minute. Maybe he wants to go bishop knight h2.
Knight H2.
H2.
He wants to play knight G4.
Makes sense. I thought he want to go to e3, but he decides to go that way.
But now I can even play H5. But H5 G4? No,
Against
takes
bishop.
H4.
You propose to go h5.
Yes, because I have the rook on A6.
You're not worried about your
No, I'm
king.
not worried at all. If
Okay.
you take on, I can even take with the rook.
Maybe you're right. h5 seems like a
Move.
brave but a
But now
reasonable
maybe
option.
he will play knight F3.
But
Maybe
then-
this is his idea.
But only white is, can be in trouble there. Takes, doubling the rooks.
Bishop E2. I
Bishop
exchange
E2.
everything.
Yeah, maybe equalizing. Yeah.
He tries to equalize now.
Yeah.
Maybe in order to prevent this rook D6.
Remember, we evaluated the position as riskless
He
for
played rook
white.
D6, look.
Rook d6. We evaluated as white has no risk at all on board number 2, and Ivanchuk was in trouble on board number
Right.
1. Suddenly, everything
Right.
turned.
It turned vice versa, actually. Everything changed now.
I couldn't believe that Giri could get in trouble in that
Now
position. I
Korobov
couldn't.
is in big trouble, and Giri.
But you know,
also.
there is a psychological little aspect here. You know, usually with the pawn on f5, you get worried. F6 might be coming, so you wants to keep it safe. I suppose computer gives big advantage to black. That's my assumption. But humanly speaking, you always your king is not that safe. So, and the pieces are a little far away, so it's not that clear yet. I don't know, is knight f5 threatening? Very complicated position. I think even though white should be worse here, I think
Maybe
anyone...
not bishop f1. What do you think?
Bishop f1. But then e4 pawn is weak. Queen b7. Or wait a minute, good suggestion from a computer. A trick. Knight f5. The rook is hanging. And black is winning.
Oh, you missed this one.
Yeah. Maybe knight g4 is an option, but then knight f5 takes, 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 6. Looks a little bit dangerous. Bishop f8. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. Very complicated game, but I suppose white is in trouble here. Okay, we have one result in Mayer Aronian ended in a draw. I think it's
Mayer
a
Aronian,
lucky escape.
Well, very lucky escape actually.
Rook d1, take a look. Rook g5. We did not consider this move, didn't we? Rook takes g5. We did not consider. H takes g. Queen h3. Or just like that. We consider, you know, with the rook on c1, the king was escaping to d1 in all of these positions.
Yeah.
But
Rook takes g5.
Yeah, rook takes g5.
Oh, this
Because now there is
very
no time for rook d4 because queen g1 and rook e5. Takes
Actually
and now
very
check.
easy.
No, this is just a perpetual indeed. Indeed,
So
Mayer.
maybe it was the same idea he had. Bishop takes g8, rook takes g8. Bishop g5, rook takes g5. If we change the move order,
You mean here if white?
do we analyze this before?
You mean if white takes here, yes,
Yes.
and here bishop? You suppose this move takes and this, but the rook is on c1. That's the problem. The king is escaping.
The king is escaping. You're
Yes,
right,
we
you're
consider
right.
this.
D1 such a bad move. He is closing his escape route. You know.
Yeah, it's quite. Actually, it's not that easy to realize this during the game.
But with simple moves, you know, you just make the moves that you are seeing. You know, we just it looks like the.
What
you
did
know,
we consider here as a winning option?
Here we said bishop takes g8.
Yes, takes.
Takes e7.
And e7, yeah. I think that should be winning.
Actually, these are all, you know, simple moves.
Yeah. But maybe he thought this is also quite decent, you know, but he forgot about this. So Aronian was lucky. He missed a counterplay.
Yeah, exactly.
Unexpected,
Totally
but very unexpected counter, don't you think? F takes G, anti-positional. I want to focus on this moment because I want to explain why Aronian got in trouble. G5, very natural move according to the plan. And you don't expect this at all. This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Ruining the pawn structure, weakening the H4, another anti-positional move, don't you think?
Yes.
And now suddenly E4, and it all works out, as far as I'm concerned. So it's very easy because, you know, that's why it's very easy to miss two completely anti-positional moves. You know, usually very weak players play like that, so it's quite easy to miss it. Maybe it was still not that bad for black, but Aronian was lucky. Wow. All right, board number 2, Movsisyan Friedman. Oh, that's it. That's game over. Takes on c4. No, that's it. That's it. Movsisyan lost, is losing. Just anything wins here.
Let's check Korobov's game because there are some things going on.
One second, Giri Ivanchuk. What has changed?
Sorry.
F3 was played. F6,
Right,
just as you predicted. F6, bishop c2, king d6. We may have another excellent example of technique in the different colored bishop endgame. Don't you think?
I agree.
But here, probably not at Suk1 could be a problem, but weaknesses on the king side.
Yeah. Very comfortable game for Ivanchuk.
I think Ivanchuk's going to win it. I don't know.
Trouble.
At least there is no obvious fortress.
Korobov 1 milli is Korobov again.
Knight g4, takes, rook d3.
Yeah, he lost
Is it
ball.
correct that he has 10 seconds on his
And
clock?
rook f1.
Rook f1 was played.
Well, he is some attacking chances actually here.
Yes, maybe from practical point of view, this is not over, but but should be losing. I don't know. With the white squares, with two bishops. But the thing is, knight h6 is now coming. Knight h6. And the
Yes, this is
f7
very
pawn.
dangerous.
But Van Velde has 11 minutes to figure out what to do.
Well, actually, this is dangerous. Looks very dangerous. F takes g6, knight h6.
Maybe black would
Also,
have
maybe
to.
bishop g5 at some point.
Yes, but it's black. If it was white to move, indeed, black would be in trouble. But if it's black to move, what to do? What to do? What to do?
But I don't
Brings
see
the
any
queen
useful-
some.
I don't see any useful moves for
Queen d6, maybe.
Queen d6. What is your threat? What
Or maybe I take on g6 with the queen, but then knight e5. I know I centralize my queen. That's all I'm thinking
F takes
right now.
g6.
F takes g6. Let's say h takes. The bishop on e3 is still. So, for example, if you go for this, I go king h8 maybe. And you cannot take on f7 at the moment because I take and e3 is hanging. But you have this bishop c5 annoying move. Yeah, from practical point of view, dangerous for both actually.
Thank you.
What about your h5 move? Does it work here?
My friend brought me herbal tea
Oh.
for my coughing. This sinusitis, usually disturbs me. Maybe I will have for in 1 hour
Mhm.
replacement.
Okay.
Mr. Tarek Selbes,
Mhm.
our friend, will replace me because I don't feel well.
Okay.
I have some problem with my coughing, and after the break, maybe I'll
Mhm.
say goodbye for the moment for today. And,
But let's, before going to a break, I want to take a quick look at other boards at Netherlands, Ukraine. So board number 1, Giri is in trouble. But
yes.
so king d3 was played. He's forcing things. What is his idea? If bishop f2, doesn't he lose all the pawns?
Yes, actually, but
Or maybe he lose only one pawn.
ah,
Let's say takes, takes, takes,
and
takes,
then this
and
is
the
his
bishop is
idea.
running to h3.
This is his idea.
But wait, there is a check, and the pawn is running to
Exactly.
h2. That should be losing.
And then the king marches.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is not losing. I'm on time.
What about the king
And-
is marching?
But then the bishop comes to c4.
Ah,
Wait a minute.
wait a minute.
Another
is also-
Zugzwang is possible here,
Yes,
for example.
exactly.
Wait a minute, maybe not Zugzwang.
But
Oh,
also-
h2, sorry.
He's losing.
Wait a minute. Oh, no. I don't know.
Two.
No, then now you take. You take on f3. So that's, I guess that is his idea. g4, takes, takes. King takes c3, seems to be natural, but now check. King goes back. h4, king goes here, h3, king f1, and now king c5. Or maybe I go king g1 first. King g1 first, force you to go bishop g3. And now I do this. And now I do this. Maybe this is a fortress. Isn't it? It's a fortress.
But if I go to the b3 pawn
I go bishop e6.
and then f5, is it fortress?
Yeah, it's not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. So black has big advantage, but we cannot in express analysis to figure out if it's a draw or not.
Yeah.
Board number 2, Korobov Van Valley, very complicated game. Anyone could win here, actually. The game can end in 2 moves by a blunder, actually, by any of the sides. Actually, maybe it's easier to play for white. Attacking in time trouble is much easier than finding defensive moves.
Yes.
So, not as bad as we thought on board number 2. Sokolov Krivoruchko. What do we have here? Some very complicated position. But I think black is in trouble, don't you think?
Yeah.
Knight takes h3 is coming. Or maybe it's just a draw, exchange, rook g4. I suppose this should be a draw by a correct play. So, and Areshenko Lamy, Areshenko has a clear advantage. Even though queen plus knight is said to be a good cooperation team,
Yeah.
but in this case bishop and queen are much stronger. There are many weaknesses.
You're right.
So here also Ukraine is better. This should be a draw. All right, so Ukraine is doing fine at first glance. What about Russia?
Russia, Turkey. Karyakin has
Karyakin made a draw, I think. I think he suffered.
They play until only the kings left
Yes,
on the
that's
board.
very good. Take a look. I think Karyakin was in trouble. Take a look. 2
Yeah,
pawns down.
You're right. How he says it.
No, that's rather an easy. I think it's rather an easy draw. No, okay. So he equalized, maybe even too easy.
Yeah, so
Nepomniachtchi e1, Ipatov Kramnik. Oh, we have some major changes in the position. We left in this position where queen d1 was played, and now g4 might have been a threat, and g4, just as we predicted. So white is struggling. Not much white can do. Black is improving his position.
E5.
Actually, I'm surprised with this e5 move. I suppose Kramnik calculated very well. There
Yeah.
was no need for extraordinary measures.
Yeah.
He could still maneuver the bishop to d8.
Yeah.
You know, what might be the problem with this bishop to d8 plan? Queen can come to a3 and maybe stay like there.
Yeah,
All right, so e5 takes. Now the bishop is powerful. Now this is still a horrible endgame.
Sacrifice? Interesting.
For
Yeah.
2 pawns, but take a look all of the weaknesses.
Yeah.
Take a look at
He took another pawn.
and g3 is falling. No, this is hopeless.
Oh, very
This
bad,
looks
actually.
very bad. Knight is still out of play, but some practical chances still for white, I
Yeah,
would say.
but very difficult. Okay, so
Vitugova and Boris.
Vitugova is in.
If anyone is playing, oh no, this looks like equal. Looks like equal position. Yeah, so Russia is winning by 1 point. Kramnik is also has very big advantage, and
Yeah.
so Russia.
Let's check for the last match.
Armenia,
USA, Azerbaijan.
Oh, USA. All right, should be a draw on first board, but I don't
Yeah.
know why they are still playing.
You're right,
actually.
this is a totally draw position. They're playing, but I don't know why. None of them.
Maybe America's team is in trouble.
I don't think that's why.
So they just exchanged like everything.
Kamsky Safarli. Let's see.
So it's like useless to. I don't know what.
This Kamsky Safarli match actually is interesting.
Kamsky Safarli.
Knight d5 is a threat, but maybe knight g4 now. Knight g4, knight takes g4, queen takes g4. What is this position?
Rook d3 was played.
What did he play?
Rook d3 was played. Just.
That's an interesting move. Actually,
I have no idea
Difficult
who's
to
better.
guess.
I think black should be better. Because black's king
black
is safe.
better. You're right.
Weakness on c4, unless some tactics, but rook d3, I'm now starting to like this move. Maybe white has to go bishop d2
Yeah.
to keep
Yeah, I
the
like it
threat,
as well.
but then
Knight
a3.
d4 is coming afterwards. Now it takes
I think Kamsky is in trouble.
Kamsky is in trouble. You're right. Kamsky actually is not in good shape here.
Seems to
He
be,
lost
yeah.
yesterday also. Yes.
So I think he's in trouble, but it's time trouble, so anything could happen right now. They both have
Robson
3 minutes.
Guseynov. Let's see Robson Guseynov.
1 second.
Mamedov
Mamedov
Onischuk.
Onischuk.
Here, Mamedov Onischuk. It's interesting also. This e5, knight f5. Mamedov looks like
I think Mamedov is in big trouble.
in trouble.
So if e5, knight jumps to e3, and next move is b3, and that would be game over without a
Are they
bishop.
brothers? Mamedov?
No,
Nijat
they are not
Mamedov,
related.
Rauf,
No, no. Just a very common last name, that's it. So b4, now b3 is a big strategical threat. No, e5 would be met with maybe b3,
Knight f5.
with knight
Very
f5.
simple.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe now bishop c4 is necessary.
But then, yes, the knight takes c4. Maybe it's not a good move. I was thinking.
Oh, wait a minute, but maybe. How did that happen? It seemed to be. Why didn't he play a move like f6 here?
Yeah, actually, this is why he didn't
Maybe
play.
takes queen g4, queen g5. That's
yes,
that's
you're right.
dangerous. b4, but so now bishop c4 seems like I don't know who is
Looks
better.
like equal. Knight takes c4, then queen.
The queen's ending should be a draw. Do you
draw.
think? Takes.
They both have one postpone.
So actually bishop c4 was played. So,
I-
but
I'm
how
sure.
exactly do you do a draw here with black? Queen b3.
What's my problem here? d3 is.
Oh, d3 is coming,
Yes.
and d6 could be stopped with the king. That's
Yes,
important. Maybe
yes,
white is in trouble
Yes,
here.
you're right.
Because d3 coming, queen c4.
Also, maybe d6, d3 also is a. But you play d7?
No, I don't play. You mean d3 right now?
Yes.
Oh, queen d2, queen c2. No, queen d2. Queen d2. Oh, but now you do this.
Yes. And queen
Oh,
d4.
yes, okay, so white is in trouble.
Yes, white is in trouble.
White is in trouble. Okay, white is in trouble. So, Robson Guseynov. How many pawns? 4 pawns? What happened here?
He collected all the pawns. Robson. He made a mistake. I don't
Take a look what's going. No, this is completely lost for
I don't
black.
understand what happened here.
No, but he wants to set queen
How he
z3.
lost all these pawns?
I have no idea. Maybe he got outplayed. Normal position, f6.
But this h5 move, did you understand h5 move? Bishop g3.
What's-
I don't understand this.
Bishop h4, g3. Winning back the bishop.
I don't understand.
No, but g3 is coming. What to do? It's already an unpleasant position. Maybe this whole idea was not good.
This bishop h4, yes.
Maybe. So, very creative, knight c4, I think. Don't you think?
Alright.
And what about and bishop f4? I take everything, queen e6, and I win back. So, no, but this should be just a game over.
Yeah, probably he will resign soon.
Wait a minute. What about queen f2, king h1, rook h8? What do you do? Queen g4. Yeah, and there is no rook h4 because of this. And otherwise, I just move my bishop and game over. No, this is so Robson is winning. Onischuk is better.
But at the last position, you cannot play queen g3. As you analyze
What do you mean?
queen f2,
Yes,
king h1, rook h8, queen g4,
yes.
rook h4,
Takes.
queen g3.
Well, even queen takes f7 is completely winning. Queen takes c7. That's in worst case.
Yeah,
Completely
you're right,
winning.
bishop is f5,
And
then
that's it.
because I was thinking to sacrifice one h3, but
No,
the
just
bishop f5, of course.
feels like completely win. This is a position on the board right now. So queen c8 should follow. No, queen c8, queen c7 completely winning. So not much to see here. Yeah, so Robson is winning. Nakamura has a draw with black. Kamsky Safarli. If anyone is better, it's black. The
Yeah.
pawn on a3 is very weak.
Yeah, you're right.
Black is much more active. So, oh yes, so maybe Safarli would win. Maybe Mamedov would make a draw.
But it's difficult here.
This is a position right now on the board.
Yeah,
If Mamedov makes a draw and Safarli wins, then they make a draw. But generally, I think USA is winning. So,
okay, let's give a break.
yeah, I think
Maybe
we
then
give a break.
We will have some analysis, but I will be replaced by my friend Tarık Selbes. So we'll see you. I'll see you tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Have a good luck with your analysis, Mihai.
Thank you, and you get better.
Well, I will try to do my best.
Okay.
Thank you.
See you soon.
See you.
Hello, everyone. We are back, and John is not feeling very well, so we have a replacement, Tarek Salbes, with us. And
Hi, everyone.
Hi. And we have a guest, Esen Baris, who just made a draw against Nikita Vityugov with black. That's, I think, quite a good result. Why don't you tell us about the game a little bit? Well, what happened there?
Okay, knight d5, bishop c5, e3, knight f6, knight e2. Okay, it was the position for me after knight e2. Okay.
It's a rare move. Yes.
I prepared against d4.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't
okay,
prepare for
okay,
this.
there are of course a lot of options instead of e3. He could start knight f3 also. It was another knight f3, c6, knight c3, d6.
Knight f3,
c6, knight c3, d6, and d4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, d4, knight f6. Okay, it's another line.
You prepared it. Yes?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
He played
Okay,
e3.
e3, knight f6, knight e2.
Maybe he
no-
was not expecting this line. Just try to.
No, I
do that.
just played in Poland European
Oh, okay.
Championship probably. He expected. Okay, now I thought maybe first I can start with c6 because after c6 there is no knight f6, queen f6, g3. Okay, maybe still there is, but maybe queen f3. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, he can play knight c3 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe d4
Or
also.
maybe d4.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, I castled. Then g3. Okay, now again I thought g3 or knight takes d5. Okay, I took. Okay, first I wanted to play c6
c6.
in this
Mhm.
position, but probably not good. Okay, I thought if he doesn't touch, maybe I can have knight a6, knight c7, but I think d4 is a good move in this position. Okay, d4, knight d4. It doesn't interest. Okay, if c d5, just bishop g2.
Mm-hmm.
I think white is better. Okay, d6 is
Yeah.
logical. No, I'm my
yes.
move instead
Yes,
of.
yes, makes sense.
Okay, bishop g2, bishop g4. Here, I thought first knight d7, knight f6 idea. But one moment d4 will come. Okay, if I start with knight d7.
You mean here?
Yeah, instead of bishop g4. Okay. Okay, d4. Okay, I will not touch probably. Bishop b6. But okay,
Yeah,
now
maybe slight advantage for white.
yeah, white has
Mhm.
more space. Okay, my bishop is now not clear. Okay, I will play knight f6. That is for her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think bishop
Bishop
g4 is
b4 looks
just
good,
fine. Okay, now f5. I think another interesting idea is maybe first h3 instead of castle. I was not sure. Bishop h5, maybe g4, then e4 maybe. Okay, my bishop is okay, not very well.
What
Then-
about c6 now?
Yeah. Maybe c6, yeah. Okay, d4.
d4?
It's opening
The
too much,
king's
I
in the
think.
center now. Takes, check.
Yeah, maybe he cannot play d4. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, c6 is a good idea. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, I started. Okay, start castle f5. Okay, my idea is I didn't want his f3. No, e4, g4. This idea.
Mhm.
That's why I first pushed to f5.
Mhm.
Okay, of course, knight d7 is also maybe okay. I didn't want this g4, e4.
Mhm.
Okay, f5, b3, knight d7, bishop b2, and bishop b6. Okay, maybe he can have d4 always.
Mhm.
Then this move is avoids all d4 idea. Then king h1. No, I think very good move, this king h1.
Very good. Yeah.
Yeah, because normally he wants to play d3, queen d2, rook a1, f4, e4. It's
Mhm.
his idea, but let's say if he start with d3, I think I have f4 here.
Mhm.
Because he has no f3, I
Mhm.
have bishop b3 check.
Mhm.
This king h1 is... There's some idea behind king h1.
So he's preventing.
Yeah, now there is no f4 because he has
Mhm.
f3.
Mhm.
Okay, queen e7. I thought maybe I can push some moment e4 when he become queen d2, rook a1.
Six. Very. It looks very logical for both sides actually in the
Yeah.
play.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, here a bit interesting. I don't want to push immediately e4 because he has not f4. No, I mean instead of rook a8.
Mhm.
Okay, I don't have f4. Okay, I thought maybe c6 was interesting. I thought about this move. Okay, if he
What do you
takes.
think? Take?
Okay, I will just give. Okay, if he...
D5 or takes?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Takes?
Yeah,
Play
okay.
e4 afterwards, like after bishop takes c6.
No, I thought d5.
Here D5.
D5.
Yeah,
yeah.
because
Mhm.
I don't want to push e5 because
The idea is
sometimes...
if takes you give check first.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, then okay, I think I have good compensation.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
Looks
sure.
very bad.
Because
for
he
white,
cannot
yeah.
touch my bishop, I think I will
Mhm.
just come queen f7. Okay, queen e8, queen h.
Actually looks
It's lost.
looks winning. Yeah.
Yeah, for white.
So C6 you considered, but why didn't you play it?
Maybe I thought just take and f4.
Mm-hmm.
The next is e4 for white.
F9 G4 now. D4.
Maybe just knight somewhere.
g1.
G1 maybe.
I don't know. Looks. I like Black's position. I don't know.
Is there h3?
Just okay. Yeah, maybe there is. Mm-hmm. So you rejected it because of this, yes? F4.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, it's... I think maybe still unclear, but... Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought, okay, it's useful, always supports e4,
Mm-hmm.
this move.
Let's see.
Okay, also,
No,
also
Mhm.
avoids f4, I think, this is my rook a8. If f4, I think I have bishop takes e2. Then e4. I think I will win e3.
You can
Yeah,
just
bishop
win
e3.
on e3.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's say queen takes.
yeah,
Just takes.
yeah.
Some takes.
No, queen takes.
Oh, queen takes. Yes. Oh yes, queen takes. So I have to take with the rook.
Okay, now e4.
No, take.
I think bishop e3 is possible. Or maybe not, maybe
Queen
e1.
e1.
Oh, maybe not.
Knight g4. Oh, there is no queen h4. But there is a still problem on the h file. Maybe you can. There is, oh, sorry, no queen f6. There is no check, you know. Yeah, maybe it's winning for white.
Yeah, maybe I cannot.
No check on the h file. That's strange. Nobody can come and give a check.
Okay, yeah, maybe bishop e3 is not working. Maybe another move. Yeah, I think
Maybe you go
even e4 is okay, I think.
e4, yeah.
Maybe some bishop f6, d4, then can be
Yeah.
and some g. Yeah, maybe e4 is not good.
Maybe e4 here.
But again, I think bishop f6,
Takes,
d4,
takes.
then some
H3.
h3. Maybe first knight c3.
No, but I want to go
Oh,
maybe
knight
bishop
c3,
f3.
bishop a5.
But to h3, for example, there's also bishop f3. Like
Yeah.
at the end, you can play queen e4, rook f5, and you have like totally
Yeah, I
domination of
have
white
a-
squares.
It looks
Yeah,
actually good for
Mhm.
black. I don't know.
Yeah.
The bishop is very strong. So maybe that's why.
Yeah.
Maybe white is no longer better, just equal position.
Okay, he wanted to play knight a4.
Mm-hmm.
Then after that f4, e4 was his
Yeah.
idea. Okay, I thought now he will push f4.
If, for example, why didn't you play a6 here? You know, preventing knight a4. What was the problem?
Maybe I didn't like his f4. Yeah.
And e takes f.
ef.
Take a look. a6.
Yeah, maybe ef.
Yeah, for ef, and you have to take with the e pawn.
Yeah.
And that's doesn't look that good.
Then rook e6 maybe.
4 takes.
No, maybe knight a4 first, then rook e6. No.
You mean here knight?
No.
Here
Yeah.
takes.
Okay.
Takes. I'm thinking bishop e3 here,
Mm.
and then moves the queen away, but it doesn't look natural. Let's say queen f7.
Let's say knight a4.
4,
And rook e6.
and if I take,
Yeah, it's okay. At least. Yeah, maybe.
so a6 deserved attention. Maybe e4 is also good. White squares,
Mhm.
you know, take off.
No, my idea was to prevent f4, but maybe he can't. Maybe a6 was better.
Takes, rook c1.
No, why? I don't know. I thought he will take b6 and he will play rook c1, but just he will not.
He just
He
keeps
just
it.
want to play. Okay, my bishop is not good. He just want to play rook c4 to attack my.
Yeah, maybe now white has a slight advantage.
I'm not sure because luckily I had on time.
Ah, the
because
pawn is hanging here.
Queen f7 is on the move. I attacked his pawn. I forced
yes,
him to
okay.
take.
Okay, then yes. Then with the f3 square.
No, I
if-
thought now I'm better, but maybe not easy. Because he cannot penetrate on seal and I'm just attacking.
g2. k5, rook d4.
Okay, now he wants to play f4. After
You mean now?
yeah, white wants to play f4. My first idea was h4 here. Okay, I thought there is no g4 because I have h3 now. Okay, if he takes, I have queen h7, then rook f3. I think.
Rook f3.
Should be winning. I think.
What about this?
Queen h3 check.
Oh, sorry.
He has big problem.
Yeah, this looks like win.
Yeah, but still he is pushing f4.
Now f4.
Yeah, after h4.
Or maybe h3 now is an option.
Still I play here some queen g6 and rook f3 maybe.
And then I will have rook e4 maybe. Alright, complicated position, but you
No, but
rejected because of
yeah,
f4, yeah?
f4, yeah, I think, okay.
Oh, and exchanging a lot
Take
of...
h3, king f2, just, I think it's okay for me.
So you played queen g5.
Yeah, I
h4.
wanted to prevent his f4
Mhm.
because e3 is hanging.
Mhm.
Okay, now again.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Interpretation.
Mhm.
Okay, maybe I could play rook f3. Okay, we were in time travel for
You mean
40
rook
minutes.
f3
I
now,
had
yeah?
some 30 second.
You mean at what point here rook f3? No?
Yeah, but yeah.
But what
okay.
about rook e4?
Okay, rook f2 probably, but probably nothing.
Takes.
Okay, I will win this e3, but
Check.
no, maybe he has.
Maybe still a draw.
No, maybe he has rook f8 also. Maybe.
Uh-huh.
No, but still
But is
not
it
easy.
dangerous? What, check king g6? Maybe I'm still escaping.
Rook queen f5.
Oh, sorry. 5 queens.
Yeah, probably queen e5 here. Something like that.
Queen e5.
Rook f5.
No, in time trouble you don't go for
Mhm.
it.
Yeah.
Neither for
Okay,
white nor for black.
I
Yes, yes.
didn't. I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, I repeat.
Yeah, in the time trouble, rook f3 could be just a blunder. So
Mhm. Yes,
Mhm.
yes.
I think.
Especially in a team event. you know.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
we were already losing. Okay, I thought I'm better because he cannot do something.
Mhm.
I thought I'm attacking. I have space, but maybe his f4 idea is just finishing my space.
So, so here's your move, and it's not clear how to improve because you always have to.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, his pieces are.
Yeah,
I think white can just go back
Mhm.
and force, and this e4 pawn.
Mhm.
I can go king g1, king g2. It's not clear. If you push g5, then you maybe lose the pawn on e4.
Yeah, actually,
Maybe it's
maybe
just-
g5 is interesting. Take then h4.
Now
No.
or after
Yeah,
rook
yeah,
f3?
now.
Now?
Maybe. Okay,
In time trouble you will never
okay, I
play
had-
it, but
no, I had
that's
no
just
time,
for
but,
fun.
Yeah, then
h4?
Yeah. If
G
you take
takes.
some queen d7,
Okay, let me
Okay.
be greedy.
queen d7,
Queen d7.
oh, here's just rook e4.
Rook e4. No, maybe some rook g5 is working.
Maybe.
Yeah, at least perpetual.
Takes.
No, rook
takes.
f7, rook h.
Yes.
No, but then queen e4. So
Okay,
rook
rook
f6.
f6,
man.
what?
But wait, I can go here. And
Still
rook
not.
f6.
No, queen
takes.
c8.
Ah, queen
Also.
c8 always a check. No, that's just it. Probably that's just a draw.
Not sure.
No, but I even have this. If anything, probably I'm
Maybe,
winning.
Maybe.
So black has to give a perpetual. But
Mhm.
maybe I will not. Maybe I will not take that pawn. Maybe
Maybe
I go
rook
f4
h1.
and queen. Sorry, 4 comes with a check. Thinking, now queen g6 check is possible if I go f4, takes, rook f3. Some ideas like that.
What about rook h1 here?
Yeah, maybe even rook
H1
h1.
Okay, h2
takes
takes
with the pawn.
with the pawn. Yeah. Okay, I want rook h4 next. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but maybe queen f7. Then rook f5. Okay, queen e2, rook f5.
This.
Yeah, queen
Oh,
f5.
queen
Queen
f1.
f1.
So. Looks dangerous.
Yes.
No, but you will never play it in time trouble, unless you're losing, one
Might be
point.
winning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but g takes h, I think, secures a draw after rook g5. So maybe no need to go for that. So yeah, I think it was interesting, equal game. Or maybe even
Okay,
you were
we
better.
have to check g5. I don't
Mhm.
know what's going on.
Maybe I can go g5, rook h1,
Okay, if I push.
but then you have rook f5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even g4, that would be improvement.
Yeah.
But then still, I think it's still, if you push g4, I just go back and just do nothing.
I'm not sure. I'm always pressing.
For example, what
Yeah.
do you do?
Okay, first
Just-
of all,
just if
rook
nothing-
f5.
f5, rook d2. I just play very solid. What do you do? If you
Yeah,
go
but-
g4, I move my rook to second rank, and it's just a draw. I see.
Yeah, but it was a
D5?
fine game. I mean, black had the chances, you know.
Mhm.
No, I think.
White was just defending.
Yeah,
By the way,
well,
we
I
have
don't
another
think
guest.
white hadn't any chances for a
Okay,
win.
let's
So
say G4. I think it's, should be winning. I think. I will play Queen F7, Rook F3, and sometimes Rook G3 can be problem. So sometimes
Mhm.
I can attack D5.
yeah, maybe, I don't know. But okay, you would ask the computer. I think he would tell
Yeah,
you in
yeah,
like
yeah.
30 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, very nice game. Thank you for coming. We have
Another guest.
another guest. So it was the Sandberries who made the draw against with you go Nikita with black. Congratulations, I guess. Thank you for coming. And for the second time here we have Luke Van Velde who beat Anton Korobov. Congratulations. Please sit.
Yes, you too.
Congratulations. So, 1 second, I would open the game. Yes. We were actually, during the analysis, we were quite pessimistic at one point about your position, but maybe we were wrong. Yeah. So, tell us about the game. What happened here?
Yes, so I was ready to play some Nimzo Indian, but my opponent Anton Korobov, he was going for some Queen Indian setup, and I was choosing the Vienna line because I saw that he's not playing the critical lines, although he managed to surprise me with some sharp line anyway. So here I take on c4, the sharp line goes with e4, and he played e3, a6, takes, and bishop b3. So actually it's some kind of transposition to a line of Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yeah, but maybe instead of knight c3 is not always the main move, isn't it?
Yes.
Castle maybe.
Yes.
It's nice.
And okay, knight on c3 might be well, not really misplaced, but it's just that in some lines that black can win a tempo with b4.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop b7, maybe it wasn't the most accurate. I was not sure what was most accurate. Maybe c5. It was the most accurate, but just to play c5 here, and same, and then maybe I don't know, knight d7. Maybe this move order is better, but okay. I played the move bishop b7. He castled, and I played c5. And now he makes this move e4, which looks like a blunder because I can take on e4. But if you take on e4, it's very dangerous because let's say here bishop takes e4, maybe rook e1, and there will be a lot of problems here on the e file. And I was not really in mood for this kind of crazy stuff. Actually, I was not really prepared for that. So,
can I ask a question? Was it his still home preparation? What was his time at this
I guess
moment?
so. I guess so, because he played this very
Okay.
fast. So
Yeah, you don't want to get into it
Yes,
if he's prepared and you're not. Yeah, I
And-
agree.
and maybe he had a rest day. Actually, he had 2 rest days because like me, he also didn't play the round before. So maybe he
Mhm.
spent a bit of time on this line.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, I was trying just to take it just without just trying to trade some pieces. Yes, and here takes, and actually maybe he should have gone for queen takes d8, and just because it gives maybe some slightly better endgame for white, and just play rook c1 and try to attack the queen side structure.
Mm-hmm.
But actually he didn't do it. He played f3, and now he he gave me the chance to keep the queens on, which I took my chances right away.
Can you explain to us why do you want to keep the queens? And well, I think it's a novelty, Queen B8 actually.
Okay.
So it's
Well,
at least according
yes.
to online database.
Yes, but okay. But my idea is actually quite simple. I just want to castle. I want to play bishop d6, and I want to ask some question about this h2 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And for example, if he moves h3, I can maybe play knight h5, and I have a lot of play on the black square. So,
Mm-hmm.
so that was actually it's quite a logical move, and it's also a typical move in Queen's Gambit, except that it's
Mhm.
quite a standard move. So it's not like I came up with some brilliant new idea or something like that, but it was just quite typical for this line. So he went rook c1.
So how did you evaluate this position? As black is fine, or
I was quite happy with my
Mhm.
position. Maybe very slightly worse, but I didn't
Mhm.
see any big problems here anymore.
Mhm.
So I castled knight e2, which is of course logical because he wants to go to d4, bishop b7. Yes, and now he made interesting move, bishop f4, which I actually did not expect to happen, but well, I was not really thinking so hard for my opponent in general, but okay, I was just looking at some move like knight d4, but if knight d4, well, then I just play bishop d6, of course, and then you cannot play g3 because I can take on g3 and have draw.
Mhm.
And if he plays h3, like I said, I will play knight h5, and
Mhm.
but bishop f4 was actually quite interesting move, because the most logical move for me is to play queen a7 check here, and then I
Queen
thought
d4 unexpected
you
move,
play queen
definitely.
d4. Say I have to take, he takes. Okay, my most logical move is rook c8, and then he will take on e6.
Yeah, during analysis we considered that rook d8 doesn't work because
Yeah.
it takes on rook 7,
Yes, exactly.
and now probably the same.
And this, okay, I think it's going to be slightly worse endgame. It's rook and 2 pawns against 2 pieces. So I made some move which, well, it has also some drawbacks because I play e5, and now this bishop on b3 is becoming very strong. However, this knight on e2 right now is not doing much. So if I can control the knight, and if I can do something about this bishop,
Like you did.
yes. So bishop e3, and I'm not sure if I had to play rook d8 first to win maybe the tempo that he puts his queen on a worse square, but I was a bit not very sure if I should move the rook because I leave f7 unprotected, so
Mhm.
I was a bit afraid for that. So I just want to challenge the bishop on b3, playing a5. So he goes knight g3, and okay, I just don't want to allow this knight to...
Mhm.
My original intention was actually to play bishop c8. And okay, I was not so sure how to evaluate the situation after knight f5. And okay, let's say I have to take this and take, and okay, he has 2 bishops, and maybe he's a bit better still.
Mhm.
So I just decided to play g6.
And actually we were expecting a3 here.
a3, yes.
Well,
Yes, okay, but
what was your plan?
my plan was actually to play then a4
and b4.
and
So
b4, yeah. Just I'm trying to liquidate
that is what we considered here.
and takes, and I was thinking about bishop a6.
Mhm.
And I want to take with the queen on b4 and to have some play.
Mhm. Yes, bishop 8. Because if bishop takes b4, there might be some bishop g5 we didn't like.
Yeah.
So, but bishop a6, okay.
Okay, it's maybe okay. Well, of course, white is still a bit better, but I'm basically threatening to liquidate as much as possible. And if then it should be really not so
Mhm.
much if there's no tactics with knight f5 or on f7 or something.
Yeah, okay.
But okay, of course, white is so in fact the funny thing is that okay, he played queen e2, I played a4, bishop c2, here bishop d3 and bishop d7. Next to the position now, which we have actually resembles a lot from the Spanish, Chicoin Spanish. Yeah. So we actually we start to play like Nimzo Indian, then it's like Queen's Gambit accepted, and now we have typical Chicoin position, yeah, from Spanish. So it's I think here I thought the black should be not so bad, but okay, it depends.
It's not an easy way to find what to do for white. The knight is misplaced, the bishops are
maybe knight h1.
Yeah, actually the plan for white is actually at some point to change the bishop on c5 and to get the rook to c5, but okay, you still have to watch for the pin on the a7 g1 diagonal.
For example, now bishop c5?
Yes, if you play it now, for example, I could take, and well, actually, I think I could play something like queen
6.
and okay, for example, if you play like this, I can even play a move like b4, and well, I don't see actually what's my problem. I'm going to play bishop e6 and attack the a2 pawn. And
probably just equal.
Yeah. Okay, he played rook fd1, rook d8. Now he made a move which actually I was quite happy to see. Okay, of course he makes a logical move. He wants to regroup, so he plays this move knight f1. However, it also allows me to regroup. Of course, I'm going to play knight h5.
We both had bad knights in this position.
Yes. But now I'm threatening tempo knight f4, so he's playing g3, and knight is from g7 going to e6 to d4. And now we were both getting into time trouble, and okay, he decided to open up the position, which is of course quite risky with when you're getting short of time. So f4, knight e6, logical, and he
probably too optimistic.
Yes, but okay, but my knight is going to
d4. I mean, yeah.
So queen f2, bishop e8, h4. That was like a good move to try to get the knight via h2 to g4. But okay, my rook a6 also nice to protect the 6th rank and to double on the d file. Here and rook d6. Yeah, now we enter some complication. Actually, I thought it should be good for me, but okay, I couldn't see much either. But I was thinking maybe he should have taken on g6. It's not a move that you generally like to play, but here and now knight g4, at least you stop that what happened in the game. Probably I would have played here f6, and I think I'm quite solid, but okay, he has a target on f6 now.
Yeah, you can play maybe bishop takes d4 even.
I think rook takes.
Yeah, I can rook takes, and
nothing is happening.
still it's not nothing. I mean, if you give your dark squared bishop, you really need to have a follow-up.
Yeah.
But okay, this was something I was concerned about during the game. But okay, he went knight f5 right away, knight g4. So I take the pawn. It's logical, and I took this guy. Yes, also he has a lot of options here. Like
rook f1.
He played rook f1. But I was also thinking about if he, for example, he takes and now he plays bishop g5, trying to get access to f6 square, and well, it's very complicated position. In fact, I don't know how to think about.
Maybe e4 here.
Yeah, e4 is possible, yes, and to have threat on g3 as well. But for example, he has maybe check here.
And then some
Yeah.
perpetual rook g3, king h1, rook
Yeah.
h3.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay, well, it's not very.
Oh, it looks
It looks
very dangerous.
dangerous.
yeah.
Yes. Okay, I was thinking here to play king f8. And
And the king can escape to the center.
yes. But okay, but okay, he decided to keep the rook and play rook f1. It also looks logical.
But maybe it loses some tempos.
Yeah, and here, okay, I was thinking for a long time because he had like maybe less than 2 minutes, and I had like 13 minutes, and I was thinking for 10 minutes to make up my mind here. And finally, I decided to play e4 just to get a counterplay on g3. And actually, if he makes a move like, for example, like bishop f4, then I just wanted to give this pawn, just to open up some files and to win some time.
And maybe distract pieces.
Yeah,
a little
yeah.
bit.
So, for example, if he goes knight takes e3, then maybe queen b6, and to have okay, bishop c5 is a threat, but okay, maybe he can play knight g4, but okay, I didn't see.
No, but the endgame should be better for black.
But yeah, because I didn't see here, because I had many options here, but for example, if I play a move like f6, just to stop bishop g5, or okay, he cannot take because the bishop on e3 is hanging, but I was afraid, okay, he will play bishop c5, and f6 is going to be under surveillance, yeah.
Yeah, it looks dangerous.
Yeah, it is, yeah. And then I was even looking at, let's say, rook d2, but then okay, I saw, for example, he has a positional queen sacrifice and fit here, and okay, it looks too complicated for me. Might be, I think, might be quite good for white. So, so I didn't want to play like that. Then I was actually considering a move like queen b7, because the idea is if bishop moves, well, sometimes I can get someone mate on g2 or something like that. But okay, then I was thinking, okay, what if he simply takes the pawn? But maybe I should have done this, because this is maybe not so. Maybe queen b7 was better, but
Maybe queen e4,
Queen
another
E4,
sacrifice.
Queen e4.
E4
After
takes,
knight
rook
takes
takes
e5.
d3, but then rook c8. No, it's too optimistic. Queen e4 too optimistic, don't you think?
queen e4, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay, it's interesting.
Because
yes.
even bishop c6,
Bishop
rook
c6.
takes c6,
Yes.
always an option,
Yes.
so it doesn't work maybe.
So finally, okay, I went for this move, e4. And okay, he gave me check. And actually, I thought here I was going to win. It looked too good for me, because I was, for example, if he plays a move like bishop f4, I'll just play bishop d6.
Yeah,
Yeah.
seems like you are attacking now.
Yeah. So okay, in time trouble he was trying to confuse me, h5, which I have now some moves, but okay, for example, I was thinking about this move bishop g5, for example, but okay, I was not sure if this is going to work.
If takes and queen g3 maybe, no?
So for example, if I take it like this, then
That's easy to
yes.
miss, actually, yeah.
So I don't know what actually to do here, but so then I just decided to go for something practical, just to give the exchange, and rook d3. Probably this is winning, but after the game, Giri told me something was he was paying more attention to my game than his own, which I think I think it was a mistake. But okay, I think maybe
This didn't happen in
This-
the game.
this happened, yeah.
Oh, happened. Okay.
Yeah, and yes, I didn't know. Okay, my plan. This was my plan. What I did, like rook g3. Yes, I don't know if I can take here. He takes maybe with the pawn. I don't know if the knight gets out. But let's say if I so queen takes f4. Okay, I think rook takes f4 is not working now because of bishop g5, and I'm threatening to take on g3 and here.
Mhm. About knight f7. Ah, sorry, doesn't
Yes,
work.
it's kind of
Rook
the,
c8,
yes,
queen
it's
g7.
kind of the
Mhm.
same as in the game. So he has to take with the pawn.
Maybe king g7.
Even f5.
Yeah, maybe king g7 is maybe, and maybe this is just a win.
Looks like winning. Rook c8, bishop d7.
Yes.
And then g4, rook g3. Looks like winning.
Yeah. So, but okay, I took here, and now the question is what is going to happen after king h2. So my intention was to here to play bishop d6, but what I missed in time trial was that he has this knight takes f7, bishop takes
Mhm.
f7, queen f6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unexpected. You calculate queen h6.
Yes.
Here, but king a7 and
Yeah.
king a6.
Yes, exactly. Okay, it's not over yet, but it's now
It's far from being
now
winning, I
no,
think.
it's complicated at least.
Mhm.
Maybe it's still winning, but king
Well,
h1, rook h3.
yeah, but okay.
It's not clear.
Also,
There won't be a pawn on
for
e4.
example, if you play a move like this,
You don't want to get this in time trouble.
yes, but okay, sometimes you make mistakes, huh?
Yeah.
Rook g5.
Yeah, rook g5,
King
king
h1.
h1.
Yeah.
You can take
Take
one
And the
pawn.
king runs to f1, rook h2, f1. King f1, if you want to win. Yeah.
And it's anybody's game here.
Mhm.
So this was just
Maybe it's winning actually because no threats. Maybe queen can just come like queen b6, queen b6, queen
yeah,
f8.
yeah, queen b-
Bishop
Alright.
a2 here.
No, maybe the queen just enters somehow
Mm.
with queen b6, queen d8, queen f8 still.
queen
still
f8, yeah.
Queen f8. Okay, that's
That's so, but okay, he after I took here, he played this move king h1.
So after king h2, it's not clear what to do. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think he was clearly afraid of bishop d6, but maybe
Mhm.
he also missed that he had this
Mhm.
check and yeah. So it was a
Very
mistake.
unclear.
Yes,
Mhm.
so it was just a mistake to
Mhm.
take on g3 and should take
Queen
on
f4 should
queen
probably
queen
win.
f4. If he goes rook takes bishop
G5.
g5, yeah, I think it's just an easy win. And
Yeah.
pawn takes king
King
g7 and,
yeah.
and don't see how he cannot save the knight g4 rook g3 check.
Mm-hmm.
So after take here, yeah, he played this move king h1 and now it's just
Yeah,
With the
takes
takes
g5.
and bishop g5
Okay.
and well, 3 pieces on this diagonal. It was too much, yeah.
Enormous pin.
Yes.
Okay, quite a complicated game, but it seems that you outplayed him in a little bit worse position just by, restricting his pieces.
I don't
Yeah,
think it was worse.
It was okay. It's I think maybe he was a bit optimistic in the end,
Probably, yeah.
and I think especially that I think it was maybe slightly better, but I think once he led this maneuver, this knight h5, knight g7, knight e6,
It
and
was
that-
already time to make a draw somehow.
you have
but
to be careful, and then f4, then it's really okay. It's going to be extremely double-edged, and
Mhm.
I like my chances there, in fact, but and especially when he was getting low on time.
So congratulations on your win. How's your team doing, by the way? Kirivanchuk, no win. Okay, I think Vasily tried to sacrifice the c pawn. Yeah,
Yes,
that seemed like the only option, but
yes,
c5 necessary. And that's it. The king is in time on c4.
yeah.
It's a
Now
draw.
it's a draw. Yeah.
Areshchenko Lamy.
Oh, this looks interesting.
Did he catch the queen? If he did, oh, maybe takes king g4. Now should be, and then g6.
Yeah, or yes, it should be.
Or maybe bishop b5 is an option. Takes and king tries to run there.
I can.
Maybe it's a draw.
Should be also a draw. Yeah.
Sokolov Krivoruchko.
Yeah, this should be winning. Yeah. But we're always making jokes about.
So
Yeah.
basically Ukraine is losing, yeah.
Yeah, but we're always making jokes about Ivan's technique, yeah. So
Oh really?
yeah, so you're always teasing him. So, and he knows it. And now during the game, you will try not to fuck it up.
The
Yeah.
team spirit, yes.
Yeah, okay, you have to put him, make him sharp. Because Ivan, he is very good in tricky positions, and I've been teasing him a lot about his endgame technique, and so he doesn't want to give me more ammunition to tease him. Huh?
So now you're unsure, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, he has today. He has a chance to prove himself, and
We'll see, yes.
we'll see.
Do you think it's winning?
Should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least for Carson, should be winning.
Yeah. Although that.
The rook will go to the h file maybe now, but so
But Carlsen, he himself, he had last year.
yeah, he
he
had problems with
Yeah.
simple rook
Yes,
endgames.
he had 3 endgames himself where he had to defend, and he lost in candidates. He lost to Ivanchuk.
Yeah,
Then
he
he lost
to Van Gaal with
He lost to
white.
Van Gaal in the tournament in Norway, and then he lost also to Caruana in the rook endgame
Mhm.
in Tal Memorial.
Oh, I forgot that game.
So
Yeah, this is rook c8, this game. Yeah. He
yes,
doesn't want.
yes,
Yeah.
they had 2 against 3 or
Mhm.
something. It was actually
Yeah.
quite a simple.
Oh yes, he had just a fortress. Yeah,
Yes, yes.
yeah, and then he just
Suddenly went crazy. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it was some.
But I'm sure he already fixed those problems, don't you think?
Yeah, but I think in general it's much easier, of course, to play when you're pawn up. Yeah. I mean, the real tough guys, they can defend without problems with pawn down. But so it's of course Carlsen is very good in endgames, but I mean, what he has been winning a lot, but also he lost 3 games too many to deserve actually
The
this-
title.
the title of
Endgame king.
good endgame player. Yeah.
Mhm. Okay, thank you for coming. Congratulations again on your win, and hope to see you here soon too.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay, goodbye.
I think we'll see you soon again.
Well, we still have Russia and.
We brought you good luck, You
Yeah.
came here and now you won again.
So let's take a look at. So it seems that Ukraine is losing unless some miracle happens. Kiri Ivanchuk was a draw. Areshchenko Lamy maybe some chances
Yeah, only if
for
Arashenko
white,
wins.
but it's hard to find one king g4, always g6.
Yes, g6, knight d6.
And it's not clear how to.
Force.
You cannot attack
Uh-huh.
that g6 pawn and with the bishop.
Yeah, I cannot see anything. No entry points at all.
Maybe actually now black is better. Just king comes to
Yeah,
d4, knight to
d4, yeah.
d6.
Maybe.
No, I don't think white can win this. I don't think white can lose this also
Mhm.
because we can always go king g4, h4, h5,
Yes,
exchange,
yes,
and then
yes.
run in
Uh-huh.
with the king. But I suppose that would be a draw. And, well, of course, only white can win here.
Yeah.
It's actually not clear how to make progress. What is white's next move?
Yeah, it's
I
not
don't
clear
see a
how
next
you can
move.
push the pawn.
Just
It's-
go rook a1 and
Mhm.
Oh, maybe rook a1, king e6 is
Mhm.
coming. So maybe it's sort of a Zugzwang. Maybe I
Ah,
just go
yeah.
rook b4,
Yeah,
keeps the
maybe.
e4 pawn
Mhm.
attacked, and then I just go back. Probably this should be a draw. I don't think it could be, because if white gives away the a pawn, then we can always even give the rook for the e
Mhm,
pawn
yes.
at some point. So, but with that weakness, it's not. So, for example, I don't like rook a1 because of this move,
King e6.
and d5 is coming.
Mhm.
So maybe just rook. I don't know. Let's
Keep the rook on
suppose
fourth. Yeah.
to keep the rook on force. What to do for
Yes.
white? Rook can only. Now
Maybe
the.
king f4, rook f5, something like that.
But still, you need to. I just go back, and now I just wait.
Mhm.
Just don't have e5 again.
Maybe if I play king g5. Yeah, I might go.
I
around
attack
rook.
you again. So I would. Oh, maybe no.
Maybe
This
e5.
is better. This is better. So
Oh yes.
I don't think this should be a draw. I guess. At least
Yeah.
looks drawish. I don't know. It's very hard to make
Mhm.
progress for white. So it would appear that Ukraine would lose minimally to Netherlands. We already have 2 matches finished, actually. So Mayer Aronyan ended in a draw.
Mhm.
We saw even though Mayer was winning,
Yeah.
Aronyan complicated stuff quite
Yeah, I think he
in a
just
good
bluffed.
timing.
Yeah.
It was a bluff.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he didn't like his position. His opponent was in time trouble, so he just
Yeah.
went
Gambled.
gambled. Yeah,
Mhm.
all in. You know, with
Yeah. What to do in a losing position?
yeah. Well, maybe it was not losing, but it was very bad. So he decided just to complicate stuff in his opponent's time trouble, and he
Mhm.
succeeded. So, Akopyan beaten. Najdic beat Akopyan
Oh, then it's 3-1.
3-1. Friedman beat with black
Yeah.
Movsesyan and draw on board number 4. Wow, Armenia lost 3-1.
Well,
That's
Armenia
a-
is not in good shape in this tournament, I guess.
But so was Germany. But
Yeah,
you don't expect Armenia to lose,
Mhm.
well, almost to anybody 3-1.
Yeah.
With it's their top team. You know,
Yeah,
this
Mosesian is not playing.
very well.
yeah.
Yeah, he lost with white
Yeah, Friedman.
already 2 games. He lost to Dinkleren
Dinkleren
a few
as
days
well, yes.
back, and now he lost to Friedman. He's not in it.
Generally, Armenia's strength was always second, third, fourth board. not
Fourth,
big,
yes,
especially
Sargisyan.
fourth, Sargisyan. He was always winning.
Yeah.
Well, but not in this tournament. So.
Yeah. Okay, we have another guest here, Grandmaster Dragan Solak. Please come take a seat.
Welcome, Dragan.
Welcome. I don't know if to congratulate you with this draw because you had advantage, but you know, draw with black, being a stronger side against Karyakin is always a good thing. So why don't you tell us about the opening, the a4 move? You know.
Can we flip the board just?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, even Karyakin, who is normally e4 player, and actually his openings are super dangerous. I'm not sure if there is any better e4 player in the world, better prepared. So even he started playing d4 against me, because I had quite a few losses in Slav lately.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, I didn't have much choice. I had to repeat my line. And after bishop g4, okay, here, this is a famous position.
A4
I
very
used to
good.
play bishop f5
Mm-hmm.
until I lost to Navarra in Warsaw just 10 days ago, maybe, or 2 weeks ago. So, so this game didn't go that well for me, and now I decided to start playing bishop g4. And okay, there are very sharp lines after h3, bishop f3, queen f3, e5, d5. And okay, it's not even a draw by force. There is just a very complicated position that appears after 10 moves. So I'm sure Sergei knew more about this than me, but probably Black's position is quite okay there. So he decided to play a4. Okay, this was his preparation, I guess, and now I had to make a choice. I could either play b4 or take on c4. If I push b4, I'm not even sure where white will go with his knight. It's not.
We thought actually knight e2 we expected.
Yes, okay. Just I didn't want to get same structure that I had in my game with Van Velle, because that game I was simply outplayed, and I understood that this pawn structure is somehow not so great for Black. If White would push his pawn to c5, it would be fantastic, but with pawn on c4 I can never take, and White just plays bishop d2, rook c1, keeps the tension, and somehow it's not so pleasant to play. So okay, of course this is a better version than what I had in my game with Van Velle, but still I decided to change a
It
little
actually would appear a novelty according to online database.
bit. b takes c4 is now.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think so. Let me check.
Then I'm happy that I
Yeah, sure.
this was another thing that I wanted to do. I wanted to, okay, again I lost the moves. I wanted to make something that he wasn't expecting, so that I can neutralize his computer preparation. And here I was thinking again if to play e6 or knight bd7. But okay, e6 looked like a more universal move. And now I want to play bishop b4 and a5, then my position would be great, of course, and c5 is normal. And here again I was thinking if to play a5 or to just go knight bd7 and let him push a5. Okay, if I play e5, a5, I was afraid of some move like, let's say, queen b3. And now sometimes he wants to go to b7, and if I take on f3, okay, of course I must also check sometimes queen b7, but he can normally just take, and after knight bd7, play f4, and now I cannot get my pieces to play somehow, and I was not sure if I wanted to play this position.
And actually, maybe queen b7 works here.
Maybe, okay, maybe queen b7 works. I'm not sure, I didn't even check very carefully, because even this was easy to understand that even this position is unpleasant and there is extra possibility of queen b7, so I didn't want to waste my time. I decided to go
So
knight
just
b7.
the reason is white prevents you from playing e5, and it's not easy to find another
Yes, I
plan.
cannot put my pieces to some active positions. So now I want to play a5, this is my main idea. When my structure on queen side will be quite solid, and it will be very difficult for white to make something. He can of course play some slow move, but the move that I was afraid of was exactly this move that Sergei decided to play. And of course I must answer with e5. Now white would of course like to have his knight on b6, but pawn on a5 will stay without protection, so it's not so easy to organize. And somehow this idea seems to be normal. Queen a4, the move that he used. Now I have time to take on f3, and it is very important, I think, not to take this pawn, and only now play queen c7, because this would give him extra options. He can try sometimes to go, for example, even knight e2 and bishop f4, put his bishop to active positions, or maybe even some other possible, or bishop g5, bishop h4, bishop
Yeah, usually you
g2.
don't want to decrease
Yes.
the tension if he's
Yes.
not going to take on e5, right? So
Okay, that's what I
Yeah,
thought, but
mhm.
finally that's exactly what he did
mm.
in the game. So I thought in this moment it was not.
You were
Yes,
actually
I
surprised
quite-
with bishop h3. Can you explain the idea of why not to keep it on that diagonal?
Okay, now white is a few moves later. If I complete my development with simple moves like bishop e7 and castle, white is going to end up having worse position. So he has to do something. I mean, he can never take on e5,
Mhm.
and in some moment I will take on d4. He will have to recapture with the pawn. His kingside structure is bad. His king doesn't have a safe refuge, and it's obvious that he must attack something.
Knight a2, knight b4 seems
Yes.
like an idea, but
Knight a2 is a move that I thought he was gonna play, and
maybe there's some tactics with queen e5
yes,
check.
okay, yes, there are some
Takes
tactics. Okay, we were
bishop
talking
c5.
actually.
Mhm.
He told me that he saw some line like this. I'm not sure how to start.
E takes d,
takes,
bishop
takes.
c5. No, bishop c5.
Yes, immediately bishop c5. Yes, yes, that's
Seems to
correct.
be just
and
a
after this, queen e5.
Mhm. Okay, that's the problem. He never has knight a2 before
Okay,
he
he
castles.
must castle first.
But then it might be too long. Hmm.
Yes, so he played bishop h3, which was somehow strange because now this bishop was attacking my pawn on a6,
Well, now
and
it's
now
not.
it's going. It's. I mean, he never wants to take my knight on d7 because other knight will come to this
Mhm.
square, and I just continued developing my.
Actually, it
This
seems
is-
that you are better now than
Yes, I
him.
thought my position was better here.
Did you consider moving the bishop to g7 here instead of bishop
Yeah,
e7?
I just saw this was faster and it just looked too good.
More
so
natural. Mhm.
okay, I was not sure now what he was going to do, but okay, knight a2 is probably normal. Now he wants to play knight b4, and of course I can always defend with some knight b8 after this. For example, I can put my rook from a8 somewhere,
Mhm.
even something like this maybe, and after this I can play knight b8. Even this position looks nice, but I thought it was time to activate all my pieces, and I thought he would not have time to win this exchange on b5. I played rook b8, and after knight b4 I put my rook to b5. It seemed to be a nice active position, protecting c6, attacking a5, and sometimes c5. Also my rook is active along the b file. So the only thing that I was concerned about now was him playing rook e1 or rook d1 followed by bishop f1.
Mhm.
Now if he plays rook e1, maybe there is possibility of bishop d8, and after bishop f1 I can take on a5.
Because
And
of
There's no knight c6
now
in the
after
end. Mhm.
this, yes, there is bishop a5. Now knight cannot take on c6. Still I'm not sure, maybe white can somehow defend with bishop d2.
But this is playing for a draw, not for a win.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
so-
anyway I think white should be careful. Why should
Yeah.
be happy with draw already, because somehow something went wrong in the opening for him. So okay, he decided to play rook d1 instead.
Mhm.
I mean, maybe there was also some other reason. Maybe he wants to protect the pawn on d4. And now I was thinking his idea was to go bishop f1, of course. And I was thinking if to push e4 immediately, or to play knight f8, what I did in the game. And
Mhm.
I decided knight f8 was better because I thought there was no way he would take the pawn on e5. Because after this it's clear that black is significantly better and that white is just trying somehow to save his position. Because after d takes e5, knight from 6 to d7, now
Yeah.
many of his pawns will fall and his position looks terrible, but maybe it's possible to save it. Okay, another possibility was to push e4, and now I think it was a better move. Had I known that he would take on e5, I would have played like this, but okay, there was no way to guess, and After this, I think my attack is really too strong. I don't know if it is possible for him to save his position. Maybe it is, but no.
Will you just give away the exchange on b5 for the bishop?
Yes, I will play just something
So
like
bishop f1, queen
Yes.
d7, or
bishop f1. I'm not sure how to start queen d7 or knight g6, knight h4, and queen d7, some moves like this. In any case, it looked terribly dangerous. My queen will come to h3, knight will go to g4, bishop to h4. It looks somehow that it must be winning, but okay, maybe just my...
But what about that a pawn, for example?
Okay, a pawn is not dangerous, actually. Bigger problem is that c6 is hanging, but I think somehow white will not have time for this. Okay, this is just my guess. I didn't... And of course I was a little bit worried still, and that's exactly the reason why I played here knight f8. And I wanted now white to play bishop f1 and now to push e4. Now, okay, for example, if he takes here, now the only move that I saw for him was probably something like this, to be able to reply ef3 with queen f5. But probably after bishop takes b5, I can even immediately take on f3. And now I want to play knight g4, and it looks like a checkmate. I mean, I didn't check carefully all the lines, but it looked that it was losing for white. So, okay, what else can he do after e4? I thought the only way for him to play would be to play f4 and just never take this rook. But now I have square d7 for my queen. This is actually why I wanted to start with knight f8, so that I can have this square, and here I can take, and now I can immediately put my queen to h3 and not let white king run away to f1, e2. Although it's not so easy for this king to run away after I go knight g6, knight h4, knight f3, start collecting pawns, but still maybe it's possible. After I go queen h3, I just thought my position would be very easily winning, because both knights are coming, maybe bishop going to h4. So in this position he spent around 20 minutes, and he decided to take on e5, which it was a really big surprise for me, because now after this he's basically trying to save his position, and still he will be at least one pawn down, maybe two. But he has some drawing chances, maybe even good drawing chances. I cannot understand now. So I played knight to d7, and after knight d3 it looked very logical to take on e5 now, because white wants maybe to protect with f4, then he will have, okay, position will not be clear, maybe still better for me, but white will also have some winning chances with so many pawns, so it was clear that I should take. And after white takes, I take, and he goes bishop f1. Now, okay, my rook will not move again from the b5. For example, if I would take this pawn, then white can play bishop a3. I'm not sure, probably my position is still good, but not more than that, because maybe I'm going to lose exchange.
Yeah, we looked at similar variation. Yeah, it seems like you're losing an exchange, but for the wrong bishop.
Yes. So knight e6 again looked like a nice natural move. I'm attacking the pawn on c5, and probably white cannot take the rook, because after I take,
Knight is coming to a4. That's the idea. Or
okay, now I can either collect all his queenside pawns. This is one possibility, and just try to push my queenside pawns. Another possibility is to try to attack on the king's side. Both of them looked very, very dangerous for white. For example, I can check
king f1. What
king
about king
f1,
f1?
king h, maybe king f1.
Running to e2,
Maybe. Yes, maybe.
Or we were expecting something like knight c5, knight a4, and
yes,
e6
okay.
or maybe
I think I saw some way to provoke him to push f4, but I don't remember.
maybe
now.
queen h5.
Okay, if I play queen f6, he can go king g2. Is that correct? Yes, maybe just queen f6, but he can go king g2, because once he
c5 maybe.
Yes, knight g5, but okay,
F4
now
making
I didn't
push.
take this pawn. Yes, now he has to push because queen cannot protect because of rook on a1. So he has to push, and now I just probably jump to the center, and
Also very
it
dangerous.
looks
Yeah.
terrible for white, but okay, I'm not still sure that it's winning, but it probably it should be. So, okay, he made normal decision in this position. So he played bishop a3, and now I can just take this pawn on c5, and somehow I was expecting him to go queen c2, and I miscalculated something after rook a5. I thought he would go bishop b2, and now because my rook was
Queen
hanging, I just
c7.
thought I would have to go queen c7, and after queen c3 I have to protect on g7, then I'm losing rook.
Mm-hmm.
But after bishop b2 I can check queen g5. This check was very important in some other lines that I saw, so it's really strange how I could miss this.
I
So-
guess he didn't miss it. That's why he played queen g4, right?
Yes.
He's seen, yeah, I guess.
So here I spent too much time calculating queen c2. Still I made sure my position was very good, but he played queen g4. Okay, now I was thinking if I take, he plays bishop b2.
Mm-hmm.
I have to take because
Take,
okay,
mhm.
if I take rook and take other rook, I'm getting checkmated obviously. So after bishop b2 I have to take the bishop, and after rook a5 I was not sure. This queen is very active on g4, and I didn't see some concrete ways to create some problems for white. So I decided to start with h5, and I was expecting him to go queen g2. I thought this was the
Doesn't
only
look
move.
good, but
It doesn't look good, but okay, I made some space for my king. His queen is not very active, and here now I can think about moves. One possibility is just to move my rook to some place, let's say b8, b7 maybe. I don't know, probably I'm going to keep my extra pawn, and his queen is not well placed.
Mhm.
Other possibility is to take on a5. While he was thinking, I was calculating this, and after bishop b2, queen b2, rook a5, it looked to me that this position was quite dangerous for him, because I can somehow, his rooks don't have too many squares, and I can try to attack them, but I didn't see a concrete way how I could use this to win some material. For example, if I go queen c2, probably he can go rook a1, and after rook knight b3 he can take. I didn't see why this
Mhm.
wouldn't work. So another idea that I had here was to play maybe rook d8 and go rook d6 and rook g6 to try to do something like this. Maybe I have to protect my knight on c5 before I start. Still okay, maybe white is able to save his position here, I was not sure. But I was expecting something like this when in this position Sergei played queen g3. I was totally surprised, because I thought I would be 2 pawns up, but actually he's getting 1 pawn back, and he has very good chances to make draw. After queen g3, h takes g3. Well, I had to take on a5, and he simply takes on c5. And now, if I exchange rooks and take the bishop, he will take with the rook. Bishop endgame, still maybe I thought maybe I would even have some chances there, but probably it's just an easy draw, because bishop will come to b7, and after d4, I checked.
Oh, just
for
even
okay,
bishop
to manage.
b7 could be.
Yes, then I push
Ah, no, d
d3
takes.
maybe.
No, d takes e3 and e2 is threatening.
Yes, maybe. Yes.
No, so it's just not good. So, but you take, and usually.
Yes, probably it should be draw. Although I thought maybe it was possible sometimes to create another
Two
h
press
pawn.
But the square is wrong on h1, so
Yes.
decent drawing chances.
No, I think it should be draw. I was
Mhm.
almost totally sure that it will be draw. So in this position, I thought I would have to play rook c8, but then white can play
Oh.
bishop h3, and then check. And next rook will be rook c8. example, like this. And then again, I cannot escape from this endgame that is drawn.
Maybe it's not drawn. Is it possible that it's not? Oh, maybe you can win the c pawn. You know, takes d4, bishop, whatever.
Yes, I mean, if he just takes like this, I thought it would be a draw. For example, he pushes f4 and keeps his bishop on c4. I cannot win this. Because if
Oh
I
yes,
put my
you
pawns
need to move the
vice
f pawn.
versa-
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. And also on d4 you can attack maybe here bishop d7, and if d takes e then king f1.
Maybe.
You know, and
Maybe
that
there
also
are
should be a
many ways, yes.
fortress. Yeah.
So I decided to take on c5 with the rook, and after rook a6, well, I cannot escape, unfortunately, from this exchange, because he will double the rooks on a. Next room will be rook. Next move will be rook a8.
Looks very drawish with big chances for a draw.
So I had to change. Well, I'm not sure here. I think here I had chances. Here this position I think is still much better for me. And I think I had to play g5 and create another passed pawn on the king's side maybe. I missed somehow. I realized only after the game that f4 is not. I was thinking about after f4 I can go g4, but then white can play king g2, rook h1, bishop e2, f3, and somehow I will have too many weak pawns, and I thought that I wouldn't have chances here.
But maybe f6 then?
f4.
Yes, but the
Yes,
right move is
this
g
is-
takes f4, and white
Ah.
doesn't
Yeah.
have any
Yeah.
way to take. I mean, if he takes with e, it's a
That's fine.
disaster.
Mhm.
If he takes with this, then I have a very dangerous passed pawn, and now even after exchanging the rooks, I can
Yeah,
win the
it
game.
can be.
Mhm.
So probably this was the correct way, and
Mhm.
I think he shouldn't play f4. Maybe he should start with king g2. But okay, I think
Or maybe e4 for some exchanges.
maybe okay, but still I think I
Yeah,
I
yeah.
will have two passed pawns here and decent winning chances.
Maybe rook b1, you know, like
Yes,
getting the rook.
maybe rook b1, but I don't know. It's not so easy for white to do something there, and I can also start attacking maybe.
No, but
some
he's,
targets.
I guess, having rook b7.
Maybe
then
he
rook
wants to do
b8,
yes,
rook b8, rook
c8.
c8.
Yes, yes.
Mhm.
But
Yes.
bishop d6 maybe not. I mean, yeah, but then rook b6.
No, but then even bishop b7, rook b6. Yeah.
Like this. Yes. So he should have enough counterplay maybe with this
Mhm.
move. Okay, so I
Mhm.
played king f8. This was exactly my idea, to protect my c6 pawn. I wanted to come closer with the king, so if he plays rook b1, now I can play either king e8 or bishop d6 and come closer and protect my pawns. But he pushed f4, and now somehow I don't know. Maybe there was a chance to do something better, but I didn't see how.
Mhm.
He just played very logical moves, started attacking my weaknesses. Maybe I should push h4, but
Fewer
also
pawns.
it looked that there was not enough material left. So I played g6, f5. I pushed h4.
Yeah,
Maybe
too many.
here I was thinking maybe to start with rook a2, but white can probably take, yes.
Mhm.
Anyway, take this, and still this was probably better for me. I should have started like this. So now if bishop d3, I can go king f7. Ah, yes, I
Rook
remember.
C1.
Rook c1, but I can push c5. Maybe e4 here. Okay, maybe it's
c4,
not
rook
bad
takes
for
c4. Yeah, nice.
c4, yes, he can play even the bishop f1 is enough probably,
Mhm.
but rook takes c4 is very nice.
Mhm. Yeah, so and then just many pawns exchanged, and that was a draw, yeah?
Yes.
But here rook
After-
d2 was winning.
Ah, here rook d2.
Looks like winning.
Might be. Yes. Okay. So this
Mhm.
was probably the right way to play. I had to start with rook a2. Okay. Probably he would take g6.
But what, maybe keep it, you know, I don't know, king
If he
f1,
plays-
bishop f3.
Okay, king f1. I don't think he wants to go back with his king. I mean, it's possible, of course, but I don't think he wants to go back. Bishop d3, on the other hand, is probably not so great because of g5, and again I want to make another passed pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, maybe a little more problems would be for
maybe
White.
yes, maybe even serious problems. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is the best position I had in the game, but I had little time and I couldn't. I mean, I was watching. I was looking at these things, and somehow I remember seeing that after this and bishop d3. Now I have to go with my king to protect this pawn, and somehow I was afraid now about my c6 pawn here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe white should start here with e4.
Bishop
With
c5.
bishop c5.
That's the problem.
So maybe it's not so easy for him.
Maybe rook b1 and rook b6 somehow.
Maybe, okay. I mean, I accept that white has fantastic drawing chance, and probably with good play it should be a draw, but I
Because you know
cause
you
no
will
problems.
create the h pawn past,
Yes.
but I can always the square on h1 is the wrong one, so I can always sacrifice the rook and
but
the
still,
bishop.
okay. I don't think it's so easy because I have these two pawns, and you cannot take both of them so easily.
Yeah, yes.
So
yes, you're right.
even if you play e4 and I push d4 in some moment with these two connected passed pawns, and I will always try to sacrifice exchange.
Mhm.
So this can be difficult. I mean, I believe white can make draw, and it shouldn't be maybe too difficult, but it's not that simple either.
Mhm.
Okay, here I made my final mistake. I think I pushed h4, and now just he exchanged pawns,
Yeah.
pushed f4. I think there is nothing because g6 is too weak, and after this, okay, I pushed g5, we exchanged
Yeah, everything
this
makes
pawn,
sense.
and then we exchanged another one. Okay, this position actually I just played out quickly until we exchanged all the material, but it's obviously a draw.
Okay. Okay, so I guess congratulations on convincing draw with black, even though you were surprised in an opening. Maybe you found a way that computer does not understand. You know, I guess he was surprised with this.
Okay, I'm
approach.
sure there were better
Mhm.
moves for
Mhm.
him somewhere, but I mean I didn't check
Mm-hmm.
with computers, so I don't know. But probably maybe he pushed a5 too quickly.
Maybe.
Maybe this was his mistake. I don't know. But it did look tempting. I must also say
Mhm.
that I was afraid of this move.
Yes. So and the team. Oh, you lost 3-1. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Mhm.
Mustafa Yilmaz is very solid player. Very good player. He played some strong tournaments without losing a game against many players, 26, 2650, even 2700. But now he's not in a good mood.
Yeah,
He's having a bad tournament.
Mm.
It happens to everyone. I mean,
Of course.
even world champions had some tournaments like this. So for him, this tournament is going bad. So I don't know. It was just a quick loss with white. Okay, I must also say that Jan probably played some very interesting opening idea,
Yeah.
and Mustafa was surprised. So this game
Mhm.
turned
But
out
also
really bad.
Kramnik, I think, beat in a
Yes,
part of
his
quite convincing
play,
way.
Kramnik's play was really impressive
Yeah.
today. Really impressive. He was also quite relaxed. He knew exactly what he was doing.
The rest
from
day,
the
two
beginning
rest
to the
days
end.
worked very well for
Yes,
him, I guess.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know if to congratulate you with the draw. Your team lost, but I think the
Okay,
level of your play was quite good.
This is
Mhm.
the first draw that they scored. The guys who play for Russian team scored against me, so you can also maybe congratulate them. I'm joking, but
Okay, thank you for coming. We hope to see you soon.
With a win.
Okay.
Thanks.
So not so many
Games left.
games left. So a little summary. So Armenia lost 3-1 to
Yeah.
Germany. Very unexpected loss. Aronian barely saved his
Mhm.
game, and
Could be even worse, yeah.
Akopan lost to Najdic, and Movsisan is having a rough
Mhm.
tournament, lost with white again. So Armenia lost to Germany. China beat Egypt 3-1. We did not have that much time to look it up. But as we predicted, Li Chao on board number 1, he
Yeah.
just realized his two bishop advantage I think quite convincingly.
Yeah, all tempos.
Knight
Everything
A2,
with tempo.
interesting. Just If it works, that looks
Yes.
very good. But so just two bishops,
It
Third
looks like very
position.
logical, like just
yeah.
rolling over.
And on board number 2, actually, Dink also won quite convincingly. Shoker's idea, probably this idea with bishop a6
Yeah.
was bad, and after that, I think he was just in, just strategically, he was just, this is losing position strategically. Too many weaknesses. Just.
I mean, only if you could play knight d6, you
But
can
even
take
if-
on. I mean, but even if then, but
Mhm.
still, he
Then-
couldn't even play that.
Yeah, he couldn't even block the d pawn,
Uh-huh.
so just. But Amin Basen won against Wang Yu.
Yeah, that's a
Uh,
good result.
But you beat Labib with white, so 3-1, quite convincing win by China. Netherlands beat Ukraine 2.5, 1.5. So that is like a small
Mhm.
surprise.
Yeah.
Actually, you know, maybe that is the rest day fault. You know, when you are playing very well a tournament,
Yeah,
you
then-
don't want to get breaks because it relaxes you. If
Yes,
you
yes.
keep on playing very well, you don't want to stop.
Yeah.
But suddenly you have to relax, and it's much harder to get into
Yeah,
the
of
same
course.
shape as you were
Mhm.
before. So for the leader, you know, rest day is very good when you lose a game,
Uh-huh.
right? You
Yeah.
lost, you can calm down, but if you are winning, you don't want to rest. You want to keep on winning, and maybe that was the problem. So Giri Ivanchuk tried to win but didn't.
Netherlands is also in form. You know, they were winning like 3 matches in a row.
Yeah.
And now fourth match.
So Krivoruchko made a draw against Sokolov, even though at some point, somewhere at this
yeah.
point, it looked to be losing. I don't know.
It's like what we were looking at, just
Mm.
going around the
Mhm.
rook. With the
I don't know. We have to check
Yes.
with the Nalimov table
Mhm.
basis, but it looks like winning.
Mm.
I don't know. Maybe some.
rook f5. Was it possible before king f7?
But rook
to cut
f5,
the-
no threat.
Mhm.
I will take on e5 and king d7. I will always have. So rook f5,
I
king
want to
c6.
just cut the king from the passed pawn, you know, something like that.
So maybe rook f5 here was
Yeah,
interesting
maybe.
move, because the thing is b4 now loses.
Yes.
That's okay for our viewers to show what's going on here. The pawn moves, you just attack it, and the
Mhm.
king is too far away. So you cannot get cut off on 5th rank if you are black. So b4 wouldn't be an option.
What will he play?
What would he play? Maybe rook f5 was winning.
King d7, rook d5.
King d7, rook d5, and king goes back.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, but now the rook is behind the
Uh-huh.
pawn.
Yeah, it can make a difference.
Let's check what's going on here. Or maybe queen first. But I
it seems
think
like
it's
the same.
It's
Yeah.
still we can push, we can shoulder the king.
Yeah.
This is a draw. I
Very-
don't know. It
very
looked.
close.
It looks very close to be winning, but maybe this is just a draw right away. This is just a draw. The king is not on time. One tempo short.
Yeah.
If the king was on e4, there would be rook c1 winning, but it's not. So
If there would have been one more file in between the pawns,
Yeah.
it will be a winning
yeah. So,
position.
but I don't know. It looks like winning.
Mhm.
It's quite hard to tell exactly at what moment, but I get the feeling that this could be a winning position for white.
Yeah, but maybe rook f5 even before, or I don't know, something like rook f6 when the king was on 7. You know, trying to play like that,
Mm.
not too directly, but
But not enough tempos, you know.
Yeah.
It was black to move here. I don't know. Feels like winning, but maybe I'm just mistaken. But what is black's next move? It's not b4, right? Because I'm gonna play. Oh, maybe it's b4 anyway. And if you cut me off, I go king d7. You give me check, I go back to c6.
what if I play rook f5, king d7, rook d5, king c6, and then rook d2, something like that. But it's okay. Again, a draw. Rook takes e7, so now my king is closer.
But I will not take on rook d2. I go rook e1 again. And your rook is on second rank, which is not good. So I don't know. It looked very dangerous, but Yuri managed to make a draw, but it didn't help
Yeah,
Ukraine.
he just calculated.
Korobov lost to Van Velde, so Ukraine minimally lost to Netherlands. Russia beat Turkey 3-1, and we have only one game left. I
Which
suppose
is?
Mamedov Nakamura. They are still playing. Wow,
It's
how
incredible.
well? Who is playing for a
Does
win? What is the result?
Nakamura should
Kamsky
win, or?
suffered. Kamsky made a draw. He was suffering, I think, but he managed to make a draw. Mamedov also made a draw against Onishchuk, but Robson beat Kusenov.
Ah, okay.
So USA is winning.
Mamedov is playing just.
No, it's not. It's Nakamura playing for a win. Take a look.
Mhm. Yes,
Nakamura is
I mean,
playing
yes.
for a win. But how can you possibly win this?
I don't understand.
How can
I
you?
mean,
What
there's
can
no
you
idea.
possibly?
What can you do? I mean,
They bring the king to e1, and what's then I have.
just put knight on g4 and go back and forth with the bishop. I can't understand this. I mean,
Let me try to help Nakamura. So knight here comes. I go bishop c5, and you go back and forth with the bishop. Yes. Suppose just play it badly. King e1, and now
bishop d1.
no, but you take on
Yeah.
e4.
Then I take. I don't see anything.
What can you possibly do here?
Bishop d3.
Bishop
maybe.
d3, but still you go back, and if
Yeah.
check, you just even okay. Oh, h3 pawn. H3 pawn is falling. That's not really
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
Maybe that's the only idea, but we can just make a waiting move. I don't know, is king g1?
Yeah, king g1. Why not?
King g1?
Yeah, nothing again.
I don't know.
Yeah. Nakamura sometimes plays like this, you know.
Yes, sometimes he can be like a rook down and keep on playing.
Yeah.
He's trying his chances, of course. Well, I don't know, maybe he hopes, yesterday, not yesterday, day before yesterday, Mamedov had rook versus rook with Aronian,
Yes.
and he blundered on move number 100 something, and he was quite fortunate to reach
Make
50
it,
rule,
yeah.
50 move rule. So maybe Nakamura is just testing him, Yesterday in a completely drawn position, not completely, but in drawn position he made a mistake. Maybe he is gonna do the same now. Maybe that's what is.
But this is too simple. I mean, it's not like that. Rook plus bishop versus rook ending. It's always tricky.
Yeah.
But this is just very.
Let us. So the only idea would appear king comes to e1, and then the bishop maybe comes to f1. So let's say we do. Okay, let's say bishop c5. You go back and forth. I'm gonna give another try. So king g1. Yes. So for example, if now bishop f1, you take, I take, and you just protect this knight. Okay, he's going back and forth with the knight. Oh, you know what? He's just gonna play knight d6 and take on e4.
Ah, yes.
And that's it. Even given two pieces for that,
Yeah.
the h pawn. So the bishop has to guard the h4 pawn, and now that's just a draw. So he's just forcing a draw now. All right.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
already
that's
drawn.
not much to,
Yeah.
to talk about.
But still, USA won.
So, to sum up, we are expecting this game to end soon, and I think we would go for a break. Maybe we'll have somebody here to comment his game, but maybe not.
Probably
Maybe
not.
not. Probably not. Maybe this game will end soon. We'll go for a break and maybe then short summary of today. Okay, we'll see you soon. Hello everyone. We are back for a few short minutes, I guess. So, with a little summary, there's still one game going on, Mamedov Nakamura. I can show you the position, but I don't know if there's even a point. It's a clear draw.
Yeah.
So we are expecting this game to finish soon. Maybe we will even not wait for it to finish. So Ukraine lost to Netherlands. So Netherlands was number 3 according to standings. Russia beat Turkey. So actually now we have an interesting situation in the standings. So before this round, Ukraine had 10 points, and
Russia had 7.
Russia had 7. So huge difference was. between the teams.
Now it's just
Yes.
like 1 point.
So now Ukraine still has 10 points, Russia has 9, Netherlands has 8, and China has 8.
Mhm.
So, and now the only problem for Ukraine would be the match against Russia,
Yeah, definitely.
because Ukraine still has got left, I think, Egypt,
Yes, Egypt.
Russia, and Armenia. Oh,
Armenia.
Oh,
yes,
yes.
yes, Armenia too.
so
It's very
Ukraine
tough for
is
Ukraine.
very tough finish for Ukraine. So I guess Ukraine will beat Egypt, but you know the key matches before this round, Ukraine could have even afforded to lose to
Yes,
any
yes.
other, but now losing to Netherlands
They should at least hold the draw against Russia, match draw.
and not to lose against Armenia,
Yes.
so that would be tough.
Mhm.
So now we have not clear who would be the first one.
Yeah,
I think now that would be between Ukraine and Russia.
yeah,
because-
this round made it interesting, you know. if-
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, interesting.
Unfortunately for Ukraine, of
Yeah.
course for you.
Yeah, yes. So the game is still going on, but it would be a draw for sure. And maybe we can tell the pairings for tomorrow. Tomorrow we would have round number 7. And Ukraine is playing Egypt, so Ukraine can
Yeah,
well
it's
make his
probably
position
winning, yeah.
more confident. Russia is playing Netherlands, by the way. It's
Yeah.
not only bad finish for Ukraine.
Mhm.
Russia is playing Netherlands.
Yeah, Netherlands has been winning recently all the time.
Yes, so
it'll be tough.
Armenia plays Turkey, USA plays against Germany, and China versus Azerbaijan. So probably the most interesting match would be Russia-Netherlands tomorrow. And
Yeah, all the matches are.
if
tomorrow.
Russia doesn't win,
Uh-huh.
Ukraine can sleep
Yes.
well. But if Russia wins, only 1 point difference and still have so very tough finish for Ukraine. Armenia, but Armenia actually is not having a very good tournament here. Movsisyan is not
but
playing.
you never
very
know.
well.
You never know. I mean, if they play against Ukraine, they can also beat Ukraine. It's
Of course,
even
it
if they are
actually
off
it depends how Aronan is feeling, because
Mhm.
today he had like a very bad draw. He underestimated
Yes,
White's
yes.
counterplay. He was just losing at one point,
Mhm.
so unexpectedly a little bit. And
But he was fortunate not to lose.
yeah, he made a good decision to complicate stuff in his opponent's even though computer would say no, it's a bad move, but
Yes,
this is human chess, so we try to
Mhm.
force our opponent to make mistakes. So all right, one quick look what's going on there. The H pawn is very strong. I can tell you that White needs only even to get the knight rid of the knight for that one pawn, and that would be an easy draw. Just even
keeping it-
even the king stays on
Yeah.
H1 and the bishop on A8
Goes
and
back and forth.
back and forth. Black cannot do
Yeah.
anything about it, so White will easily give away the knight for that pawn.
Mhm.
Of course, Nakamura is still trying, because he had completely
Mhm.
equal endgame for the last maybe 40 moves, so he's still trying. But it should be noted that White will not give away the bishop for the pawn, because according to Nalimov table base, 2 bishops win against the knight,
Yeah.
even though sometimes in more than 50 moves. So,
Mhm.
but
Yeah, it's dangerous.
so I don't think
Yeah.
Mamedo would go for it. I think White can just make an easy draw. So bishop e5 was played and knight g6, and I think that's it. Just bishop f6 is played, and now just
H7.
h7. Oh no, not h7. He played knight f4. Why did he do that? Why didn't he play? There's a trick. Take a look. Still, what Nakamura is doing? Takes, and e2,
E2.
and bishop here, bishop
E4.
e4, and suddenly Black is winning. So.
Well, very
That's why
interesting.
Nakamura is
Yes.
still playing,
Just for this trick, probably.
maybe this is now not that good. Maybe knight still can go back, but Mamedov sees this one and he goes back knight f4.
Very nice trick.
He just went back knight f4. So I don't know what to say here.
Yeah, I mean.
But you know,
yes,
still
still-
these tricks on 6
Uh-huh.
hour on the game, you could lose. You say, okay, I promote my pawn, game draw,
Yeah, probably.
but suddenly you lose. You know,
Yeah.
that's
If I had played, probably I could go just h7, h8, and then
that's it.
Yeah.
Over draw, but
Yeah.
yeah. So still some tricks,
Mhm.
but so actually this is the position we have on the board right now. Black to move. Just we are waiting for Hikaru to make a draw.
Yes, I
Not
mean.
much to comment, but still one nice trick
Uh-huh.
was available.
Yes.
So
Yeah, but since Mamedov has already seen that, so now I think
okay,
he won't.
you can see from the videos that he's
Mhm.
just waiting. He's trying to figure out what possibly he can do
Uh-huh.
in this position, but probably that was the only one trick. You
Mhm.
know, this
Yeah, don't seem like any.
white
other.
doesn't need to. So e3 was played. So bishop e5, knight g6, bishop s6. e3 was played, and now I think white can maybe by force take that pawn with the knight.
You mean like king f3?
I don't know. You can play bishop f3 and then with threatening knight d5.
No, king f3 is I think just knight g2. You know.
I don't know. I think literally any move makes
Uh-huh.
a draw unless you
Yes.
blunder a piece. So actually, for our viewers, I want to go back a little bit. We had this position on the board, and it was white to move. There was a very easy way to
Mhm.
make a draw here, to go knight f5 for Mamedov, knight f5. So of course Nakamura would answer with bishop take f2, and then knight g3 check.
Mhm.
Bishop takes g3 and not king takes g3 because maybe that pawn will prone just bishop takes e4, forcing a draw. So that
Mhm.
was much
Much
easier.
easier,
Just
yes.
knight f5, knight g3 is coming, and knight takes e4 is coming. So just a forced draw.
Yes, just forced.
Just
All
force
moves.
it. So yeah, and he played knight g6, and there was still some, you know,
Mhm.
this.
Yeah, suddenly one
Nakamura
trick appeared.
definitely seen this one
Yes.
very quickly. So he said, "All right, maybe."
Yeah.
Maybe he would fall for it, you know, h7.
He's a very good blitz player, you know.
Oh yeah,
Nakamura.
he is these small tactics. He's
these
very
small
dangerous
tactics,
in
yeah.
these small tactics.
Yeah, one should never relax, even in such a basic position.
Yeah, where
Suddenly you can
literally any
kind of-
move makes a
Yes.
draw. You still have to be careful against Nakamura.
Okay, let's. This is the last. This is the position on the board.
I'm not sure that the transmission is not as quick as the players, but they are still playing. And you know, it's not like the match is being decided in
Yes,
this
yes.
game. USA already.
It doesn't matter at all for you.
Yeah, so maybe he wants to stay number 3 in the world. You know, in
Mhm.
current
Life ranking.
ranking, he's number 3 because Kramnik was not having good time here, and Nakamura was playing well. He was current number 3, but today Kramnik won. Maybe he wants to do the same.
Pace with
to-
Kramnik.
Yeah, maybe it's like, you know, Cold War. You know,
Yeah.
Russian guy Kramnik versus American Nakamura. So who would be number 3? So Aronian is clear number 2, and
Mhm.
he's, I don't know if after today's game, but I think he's increasing his
Yes,
rating.
he was like maybe +7, +8, something.
Before
like
this game,
before
yeah.
this game.
Wow. Okay, he lost like maybe
Two,
two
three,
po-
yeah,
two-
2 points.
two
something.
points of elo, but he's still increasing his 2800 elo.
Yeah.
That's impressive, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, but okay, he was also at one point he was like 830 or something.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, he can go to that level
Yeah.
definitely again. you
Yeah.
know. Yeah, what to say about this position?
Actually, we have
Not-
some changes. I think Nakamura won the pawn. Nakamura, so I think that was played on the board. Knight came back. E3 was played. Bishop here, but somehow the
Bishop
king is
G5.
Somehow the king is on d2 in this position. The king is on d2, and it's white to move. But even this, just knight g3, knight f1, knight. I don't know. I'm having problems to comment this game. You know, just white needs to, and the board stopped transmitting. Just white needs to. Even the fortress is very easy one here. Just bishop on f3, knight on e2, knight going back and forth. That's a fortress. Or give away the knight for
the pawn.
Oh yeah, yeah. There we go. We can see on the monitors that knight f1 is coming.
Yes.
And taking on. Black will take on h6. White go knight f1, knight takes e3, and that would be the end. So.
Yeah. Finally, it's all over.
Yeah. We expect Nakamura to accept. Maybe he's gonna play king e1 again.
King e1, yes, I guess so.
But then even h7 is possible, I think. So the board unfortunately stopped transmitting, so we only have to watch the video. But he's not happy. You can see that he's not happy.
What was he expecting?
Yeah, I don't know what he was expecting. Maybe. Well, the opening was in this Chelabin variation. If white wants a draw, most likely white can hold it in those pawn structure with knight on d5. It's very hard to win for white because of two bishops and everything. But
now we have.
He went away king c3. He's okay. He's still tricking. If knight f1, e2.
E2, yeah.
Oh, the board is transmitting again. He can go back knight e2. He can go bishop e2. I don't know, whatever. Literally any. Oh, okay, bishop e2. I think the best move.
Bishop e2, yeah.
Bishop e2, and then take on d3 and king f1 or king f3. That's a fortress. He played bishop e4. Now h7 is coming. Nakamura is not happy about it. I don't know what he was expecting. You know? Okay, he tried all of his chances, but the position was, with 3 pawns on one part of the board to e2 was played. We were expecting knight takes e2.
Yeah, now he took it.
Knight takes e2.
No,
And
it's
the
all over,
important that knight takes e2 comes with the check.
Yeah,
Because
otherwise he would
yeah.
lose it. Probably, yeah.
Oh, come on, it's time to agree for a draw, guys. Just going back and forth with the bishop on the diagonal.
Put the king on h1, yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
I mean, if he plays this.
He keeps on playing, but I think we can finish our broadcast. So Ukraine lost, Russia and Netherlands won, and tomorrow we would have interesting match between number 2 and number 3 team, Russia, Netherlands. Ukraine plays versus Egypt, and I guess we would see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow at okay, they exchanged the bishop. Yes. So we are ending our live broadcast for today. And we would see you tomorrow, 3 o'clock Turkish time.
Again. So see you.
Bye.